right, hallelujah, hallelujah. Most high bless, most high bless, most high bless. All right, let me start out before I introduce the brothers. Let me start out by we lost another one, Elder Karakaziah out of House of David, right? Oh man, Shema, if you could have put a picture, let me see, can I show this real quick? A lot of you may remember this brother here. Yeah, a lot of y'all may remember this brother here. I don't know if y'all can see the picture, right? He was a wonderful Hebrew teacher. You know, he believed in the Most High. You know, we all have differences, but the Most High say, forgive your brother 70 times 70. So I'm sure the Most High will forgive him, because he also said he had mercy, right? And we all fall short. But let me give honor and respect to that brother. You know, he passed away, I believe today. And tomorrow they're going to lay his body to rest. So just let me give a 12-second moment of silence for my dear brother Karakazar out of House of David, one of the original One West members. So, and just due respect to his family, his loved ones, his organization. 12 seconds of silence. All right, hallelujah. Most High blessed. May the Most High find peace for our dear brother. All right. So this is the academia debate lead. Of course, this is on F.O.P.E for our people edification. And what we're going to, hey, Vortex, what's popping? Star, Lima, Don P, everybody in the chat. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. There's a lot of y'all now, so I can't say everybody's name. But Most High bless all of y'all. Honor and humility y'all there, St. Louis. All right. Midwest. Cosmon, if I'm saying it right. He's in the academia debate league. And trust me, family, we got well over 100-something people in that room. And I know the scholarship will be heavy in there. This is one of the brothers that's in the room. I'm gonna let him introduce himself, give you the title, what he want to talk about. I'm asking him a few questions before he get into his presentation. But at the end of the day, he's going to take questions. If anybody disagree or agree, you're welcome to come on and ask a few questions. If it's worthy of a sit down in the academia platform to have that discussion on his take, he's opened the door for that challenge. And once again, F.O.P.E does not necessarily agree with everything everybody says. This is an open platform. It's for our brothers and sisters out of love. You know, it took a long time to build this up, you know, even though we shadow banned, but we know a lot of people watch it. So we open up to everybody. Most High bless, my brother Selah. Most High bless, Shalom. What's going on? Talk to the people.
Peace, King. How you, beloved?
All right, hallelujah. Cosmo,
Y'all can
Most
hear me?
High
My
bless.
mic ain't muted, is it?
No, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, so what's good, fam?
All right. Cosmo, introduce yourself real quick, brother. I know you come on to support. You want to introduce yourself real quick before we let the brother go in?
Yeah, peace and light to the Israel brother and sister.
Take up this AC right quick. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm Bill Cosmo, just in the same spiritual family as Selah Shalom.
All right. All right. All right, no doubt. So we will be having a lot of new faces on. I apologize for the elders that came on today. We had a confusion on the times. I forgot that he's not on the East Coast per se. So we're going to do that Sunday. And we have another brother coming on Sunday. We have a brother coming on tomorrow. May kind of surprise y'all, you know, because like I said, I got love for everybody, man. Anybody who believes in the Father and the Son, I got love for you. So he's coming on tomorrow, and y'all gonna find it interesting. And we're gonna have one of the brothers, not one of the brothers, but a few brothers that did a Sabbath class, and we're gonna play that on our channel because it really moved me, right? So y'all will see that Friday, most I will tomorrow. Saturday, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if Professor Lee Cummins coming on. Oh, I gotta look at the paper, see what's coming on. We got a lot of people coming on, so yeah, we're not done. So you want to go ahead and introduce yourself again? You know, how long you've been in this knowledge, why you want to talk about this class. And by the way, I welcome the brother on, you know, because I like what he was saying. I don't have to agree or disagree. I just like what he was saying. I think it's very edifying for the people. So you got the floor, brother. Bring the smoke.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm Selah Shalom. I've been on the block for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I read from a Bible known as the Oahspe Bible. Some people familiar with it, some people not. And that's a revelation that's pretty interesting. You know, when I got the revelation, the Oahspe Bible, I found it quite interesting that nobody on YouTube had any videos on it. So I decided to go ahead and put videos upon it over like 10 years ago because I found the information to be quite interesting and intriguing and deep perceiving. So when you talk about controversy, I'm nothing new. That's nothing new for me, because when you come with something new, you're going to be attacked from all angles, all sides, upside down, left and right. And I done been attacked from all angles, upside down, left and right. You can imagine. You know what I mean? You following a dentist book. You following a white man. You follow, there's no J in Jehovah. I done heard it all, then did it all, then debated it all. So at this point, you know, I just teach the information. And many people has come to this conclusion that this revelation called the Oahspe Bible is definitely has merit and can definitely be claimed as the word of the Creator. And one thing that I distinguish a lot of my videos is distinguishing Yahuwah, the Creator, from the Elohims, because it's been a great misunderstanding that the Elohims is the Creator. And anybody who's been following me knows that I go hard on that. I expose that these false gods claiming to be the Most High, not them, and we bring them back to the Creator. Now, unfortunately, the Oahspe Bible is the Bible that has that revelation of the Creator. So it may seem like an attack when I go hard against the Bible. If you ever looked at any of my previous videos, I go hard. See what I'm saying? I go hard in the paint. But it's just with the information. I don't bang on nobody personally. I bang on the information.
That's right.
So with that, that's one of my approaches, is just clarifying that there is a distinct difference between acknowledging a creator in comparison to acknowledging an angel, assuming to be the creator in the image of man. So that's been a journey for some years now, over like a decade. I done got a lot of people into the Oahspe. Got a lot of people that's mad and like, oh, he's, you know, bringing a new doctrine and all this. But anybody who really says that are those who really haven't investigated the information. So anytime you're new to something, you always take you know, depending on your level of intelligence and your decorum, you know what I mean, depends on how you will receive it. So I get a lot of childish behavior when dealing with the information. So like you know, on Facebook, we go hard body.
Before we go there, let me ask you a question before we go there, because can you spell this Bible? Because I'm not quite understanding, and also how long it's been in existence.
It's spelled. Somebody create a gang family. Put it in the chat in all bold letters. That how to spell it. It's O-A-H. It's O-A-H-S-P-E. Oahspe. It came on the scene in 1881. It's fairly new, and that's when it came on the scene in 1881. So it's a fairly new book, and that's another thing that's, you know, oh, this new revelation, oh, this new book. You know what I mean? This book was only came in 1800. I done heard it all. You know what I mean? I done heard it all until it's time to get in the ring, chapter and verse, and then that's where everything kind of ceases out, because now they get to see, without any disturbances, the merit that the book has to bring.
All right. So I appreciate that, and like I said, brothers and sisters, this is to open our eyes. Of course, I'm not changing by faith in any shape, form, or fashion, you know, but I'm interested. I'm intrigued. You know, I heard the brother speak. He's in the academia debate league. So the platform is yours. Let's get it. You know how to share your screen, whatever you want to do. It's yours.
All right, let me share my screen. Let me get started with this thing right here. Let me see.
Please hit the like, brothers and sisters. Please hit the like button. And this is a dialogue. I mean, a lesson that he's going to give. If anybody agree or disagree, you're welcome to come on afterwards. If you feel like he need to be challenged more, then we're going to take it over to the academia page where they will spar. All right, because this page right now can't hold everybody that I'm bringing on, and I don't want to overload it. So go ahead, Ak, it's on you.
All right. So the topic I'm gonna touch on before I share my screen is I'm gonna be breaking down the title and ranks of angels in the heavenly kingdom of God, the breakdown of the heavenly kingdom. I'm gonna share my screen.
Peace, family. One West.
All right, let me see if I can.
Elijah, Nehemiah, Starlima again. Yeah, I'm gonna share now.
All right, cool.
Hold on.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started. If you know, Kana, if you need to interrupt, just interrupt. I'm gonna just flow. Just interrupt me.
I'm trying to share. Okay, look. Can anybody see the screen? Because I'm trying to share it. Sham, if you can see it, I'm trying to. Okay, there it is. All right.
So we good.
There you go, brother. Yep.
All right. So here we go. Let's get it popping. Today's discussion is called the title and ranks of angels and the breakdown of the heavenly kingdom. Now, essentially, before I go into the explanation of the title and ranks of angels, it's only essentially right that I explain who the creator is first and foremost. And everything that I'm going to be basing my premise is going to be chapter and verse. Shout out to the brother Malachi Maccabee. He has this this thing going on called Battle of the Holy Books, where you got to present your information based off chapter and verse, which leaves out the room for opinion, which leaves out the room for leaning on your own understanding. We're letting the book speak, and the book should have merit enough to make the point that needs to be made. So now, who is the creator? Let's get it. Now another thing, I got pictures just to illustrate and convey the message. So sometimes don't get lost in the picture. It's just there to convey the message. Now, who is the creator? Now here is an empty space of creation, and we're going to go into the book of Jehovah, book of Yahuwah, chapter 1, verse 1 through 4. It states, all was, all is, all ever shall be. The all spake, and motion was, and motion is, and ever shall be. Being positive was called he and him. The all motion was a speech. So here, right off the back, in the Oahspe, Yahuwah is clearing up the fact that the he and him referred is not referring to a man, but motion, the all motion. Verse 2, he said, I am, and he, meaning motion, comprehended all things, the seen and unseen, nor is there anything in all the universe that is part of him, meaning motion. He said, I am the soul of all, and all that is seen is part of my person and body. Verse 4, by virtue of my presence, all things are. By virtue of my presence, life is. By virtue of my presence, the living are brought forth into life. I am the quickener, the mover, the who? The creator, the destroyer. I am the first and the last. Only the creator can proclaim being the first and the last. Anybody else proclaiming that is false before the creator. So right here in chapter 1 through 4, the creator is saying that he is the all motion, the all in all. So when we look at creation, we see that anything that encompasses all things is air. Air is one thing that is everywhere present, the ruach. That is everywhere present. But he says, this air I give motion. Now we're going to further go into what he means by motion. So here it says motion equal vortex, power and force of the creator. Now we're going to go to the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 1, where it states, the same principles apply to all stars, suns, planets, moons, but differing in manifestation on account of size, motion, density, and relative place. So here is an example of when the creator gives motion, it's a vortex that comes into being. And we're going to get into that. Book of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 2 through 4 states, man look upward in prayer, desiring to know the way of all created things, both on earth and in heaven. And Jehovah answered him, saying, the whirlwind, context, the whirlwind I made as a sign to man of the manner of my created worlds. The whirlwind. So when we look at here, these are vortices, whirlwinds from the top view. And he said, this is the manner of all my created worlds. So here we see the consistency in creation of these swirling vortices that the creator is talking about when it states right here, the whirlwind I made as a sign to man of the way of my created worlds. As you see the power of the whirlwind gathering up dust of the earth and driving it together, know that likewise I bring together the Jaya, the Aja, and the nebula in the firmament of heaven. By the power of the whirlwind, I created the corporeal sun, moons, and stars. And I commanded man to name the whirlwind in the Etherian firmament. And he named them according to their shape, called them vortices and works. And these are the description of the vortices in creation. And it gave us the whirlwind on earth as a reference, so we will understand what the Creator is talking about. So we're not making this stuff up. This book is giving us merit in creation, in nature, to validate its point. Look what verse 4 states. By the power of rotation, swift driving at the peripheral, I condense what? The atmospheric worlds that float in the firmament. And these become my what? Corporeal worlds. In the midst of the vortex, see, this is the hurricane. This hurricane that you see up here is the same thing that you see in creation. See that? So if you want to say these are CGI, okay, well, this ain't CGI. This is real. And it shows the same consistency that the book is saying, whirling vortices. Now, again, my corporeal worlds, in the midst of the vortex, I made them. And by the power of the vortices, I turned them on their axis. And I carry them in the orbits I alluded to them. Wider to the moon of a planet, I have created the vortices. And they carry the moon also. So here is a description of the vortices. On Earth, they're called whirlwind, tornadoes, hurricanes, cyclones. In the cosmos, they have different names. But vortex is the ruling foundation of all creation. Without a vortex, see how, notice all these vortices, in the center of these vortices, you see suns in the center. That sun cannot exist without the vortex first. So if you're speaking of creation and you don't speak of a vortex, your creation is off. Let me read this verse one more time. By the power of rotation, swift driving at the peripheral, I condense the atmospheric worlds that float in the firmament. And these become my corporeal worlds, physical worlds. In the midst of the vortices, I made them. And by the power of the vortices, I turn them on their axis and carry them in the orbit I alluded to them. Wider to the moons of a planet, I have created vortices, and they carry them on also. Now, what is the process of creation by the Creator? So first, we just described that the Creator is all motion. So when he produces things in motion, that motion he produces is a vortex, and the vortex is the first cause of creation. Now, what is the process of creation? Now, in the book of Jehovah, chapter 4, verse 15 through 17, it states, first as vapor, the vortex carry it forth. Vapor meaning the air, the gas, the minerals, oxygen, nitrogen, all these things. Every mineral that's on the planet exists in a gaseous state. So first as vapor, the vortex is carried forth. And as it condenses, its friction engenders heat. And it becomes, and it's molten, becoming as a global fire in heaven. Then it takes its place as a newly born world, and I set it in the orbit prepared for it. Now, what I'm reading, just to give you an illustration, because I like to be clear, this is what they're talking about. In every celestial body that is created, there's 4 ages that it all goes through. A time of creation, a time of inhabitation where the earth or the celestial body is suitable to support vegetation and animal life, and then there's a time of barrenness and a time of dissipation. Now, these 4 ages is equivalent to the 4 seasons. The time of creation is equivalent to the spring season. The time of inhabitation is equivalent to summer. The time of barrenness is equivalent to fall. And the time of dissipation is equivalent to winter. So again, and this verse, what I'm reading right here, is describing those 4 ages. So let's read from the top again. First, as vapor, the vortex carry it forth. And as it condenses, its friction engenders heat. And it is molten, becoming as a globe of fire in heaven. It's talking about this stage right here, the first stage, the stage of creation. And then it states what? Then it takes its place as a newly born world, and I set it in the orbit prepared for it. And then it says what? In the next age, see, it's stages. In the next age, I bring it into Simu, for it is right for the bringing forth of the living, and I bestow the vegetable and the animal kingdom. That's this stage. That's where we're at right now. We're in the inhabitable period of the earth. That's where we're at right now. The next stage, verse 17, next it enters Hutu, for it is past the age of beginning, even as the living who are indulgent, even as the living who are advanced in years. Next it enters Adu, and nothing can generate upon it, meaning here, the time of barrenness. It's like the time of fall. If you try to produce seed in the fall, if you try to plant an apple tree in the fall, if you try to produce some watermelons in the fall, it's not going to grow because why? The time is barren. It's not the season for it. These are the ages of a planet. Then it says, and nothing can generate upon it. Then cometh ooze, and it is spirited away into the unseen realm. Thus create and dissipate planets, sun, moon, and stars. So here the Creator is showing us that all celestial bodies go through these 4 stages: the time of creation, the time of inhabitation, the time of barrenness, and the time of dissipation. And then the process starts all over again. Just like the 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter, and the cycle repeats. The Creator is showing the exact same examples in his celestial bodies. And this is the process of creation. So after the vortex is created, these are the 4 stages of creation. So we're showing you the Creator's power and force of creation. And notice that the Creator is not a deity. He's not a man standing in space. Not once that we read that the Most High, the Creator, is a man. He is the all in all, everywhere present. So now as we move forward, talking about the Creator's creation, the book of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 3 through 8, it states, around some of my corporeal worlds, I have given nebula belts and rings, so that man could comprehend the rotation of my corporeal worlds. For each and every corporeal world, I created what? A vortex first. See that? So for all these celestial bodies right here, look at the vortices. And look in the center, you see the sun. The center cannot exist without the vortex first. So when we talk about creation, you must talk about a vortex before you can even talk about any celestial body being created. So again, for each and every corporeal world, I created a vortex first. And by its rotation from the place in the firmament where it traveled, I caused the vortex to what? To conceive the corporeal world. So the vortex is responsible for conceiving the celestial body, whether it be a corporeal world, a sun, moon, star, planet, it doesn't matter. But the vortex is the first cause of creation. Without a vortex, you cannot have creation. Now, verse 7, to make the sun, I created a great vortex. And within this vortex and subjected to it, I made the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds. And the sun vortex I caused to rotate. And I give it power to carry other vortices within it. According to their density position, they are thus carried forth and around about the sun. So this is another example of the central sun, and surrounding the sun will be the planets, the vortices. And here is a closer example of that right here. See that? This is a closer example of this right here. As above, so below as above. So the Creator is showing us through the vortices is how worlds are created. And we're going to go to verse 8 where it states, do not think, O man, that I created the sky a barren waste and void of use. Even as man in the corporeal form, the physical form, is adapted to the corporeal earth, the physical earth, so is he in the spiritual form adapted to my etherian worlds. 3 great estates have I bestowed on man: the corporeal, the atmospheric, and the etherian. Now, this is what we're about to get into. Now, I just wanted to lay out the premise of the Creator before I go into who are the title and ranks of angels in the heavenly kingdom, because the Creator must be acknowledged first before anything else. So we just acknowledge how the Creator creates through motion, through vortexing and current, how he brings celestial bodies into creation. Now, what is the purpose of mortals? What is our purpose? What are we here for? What is the purpose of man being on earth? Right? Now, keep in mind in this last verse, it mentions the etherian world right here, etheria. Now, that's a phrase, that's a term you will not hear in the scriptures. So this is a new revelation because it was not revealed of old, but it's revealed now. Book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2. Let me get that. Verse 2. It states, Jehovah said, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament by my presence and brought forth man a living being. I gave him a corporeal body so he may learn corporeal things. But death I made that so he could rise in the firmament and inherit what? My etherian world. So what's the purpose of man on earth? What's the purpose of mortals? To inherit the etherian world. The Creator gives you an inheritance. What are the etherian worlds? Well, these are examples of the etherian worlds. The etherian worlds are worlds that exist outside the earth and its atmosphere. So when you look into creation, that's your inheritance. The Creator gave you that for your inheritance. Huh? We're not going to be resting on the bird nest for the rest of our life on this planet. We up and out. We graduating. We up out of here. So the Creator, once again, the Creator states what? He says, and death, so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherian kingdom. So after death, we're going to rise into the firmament and inherit the Etherian kingdoms. What are the Etherian kingdoms? Because that's something you don't have in your Bible. What are the Etherian worlds? Let's get it. Verse 6. In the all highest places created I the Etherian worlds, and I made them of all shapes and sizes, similar to my corporeal worlds. But I made the Etherian worlds inhabited both within and without, with entrance and exits in arches and curves thousands of miles high and wide, and in color and movable chisms, and in mountains of endless change and brilliance. And over them I ruled with all perfect mechanism. To them I gave motion and course and orbit of their own. I made them independent and above all other worlds in potency and majesty. This is your inheritance, family. The Creator said, I give you this as an inheritance. What does this he give us as an inheritance? The all highest places. Huh? Right here. The all highest places. Huh? All perfect. And then what? Above all other worlds in potency and majesty. Hell yeah, that's where I want to go. That's where we headed. Huh? That's like Grandma saying, you, when I pass on, all this estate and this real estate, I'm going to leave for you in your possession. These 40, 50, 60 acres is in your hands. This is what the Creator's saying. You have a natural birthright of an inheritance to the Etherian worlds. Now let's move on. Now I'm going to reveal that this is a new revelation because nobody in the Bible ever heard of the Etherian worlds because it's not in the scriptures. Now, God's book of Esther, chapter 1, verse 2, it states, the history of the earth ye know already. Yeah, we know about the Hebrews. We know about Yahshua. We know about this, that, and the third. We know about Moshe. We know the history of the earth, right? Therefore, I reveal things you do not know of. Profit from these revelations understandingly, for my heavenly kingdoms will presently be your habitation. So what is it that we don't know that you're talking about, Selah? Let's see. Let's continue to further that. It's going to come a time where these revelations must be revealed. God's book of Esther, chapter 2, verse 1 through 3 and 28. God, son of Jehovah, said, give ear, O earth, and be attentive to the words of Jehovah's son. And ye mortals of the earth, for I have said, the time shall surely come when all things shall be revealed to the inhabitants of the earth. Huh? Be patient and wise in understanding me. My words are for your resurrection forever and for the glory of the Creator. Huh? My prophets have proclaimed it abroad that the time would come when I would reveal all things to men, and things that were made dark, made plain, and things in the light, made as heaven rejoicing. So what is it that we're going to reveal? Here is what we're going to reveal right here. This is what you don't have in your Bible that's being revealed. God's book of Esther, chapter 2, verse 24 to 36. 26 states, verse 24. God said, Jehovah called upon me, his son, saying, my son, call aloud in my name. With my voice, stir up all these heavens, regions, these heavenly regions I have named. Here's the catcher. For my gods and high raised officers shall open what? To you their libraries of heavenly books, which shall yield up my treasures. I will make the angels of heaven know me in my words. They shall come together from their countless heavenly kingdoms and places, for my hand and strong arm is upon them. Huh? The labors of my lower heavens shall be clothed in mortal words and handed down to mortals. My gods and my primal gods and generals and captains shall uncover the proceedings before the heavens. This is what's being revealed. We're revealing the heavenly kingdom. This is what the Oahspe came to reveal. Yahshua 2,000 years ago said the kingdom of God is at hand. 2,000 years later, we got the whole layout right here. It's up to you to receive it, though. So now, what is the heavenly kingdom of God? We're going to get into it. That's just, like I said, I'm just using pictures to convey the message. So now, the book of Divinity, chapter 1, verse 1 through 14, it states, God, son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority, and in the name of Jehovah, creator of all things, peace and comprehensive judgment to angels and mortals. Now, let me stop right there for a second. If you notice, it says God, son of Jehovah. It makes a clear distinction from Yahuwah, Jehovah, in comparison to the El, God. And if you notice, it states, right? It states, in the name of Jehovah, creator of all. This is God saying this. But in the Bible, God is the most high creator. In the Oahspe, God is giving a reference to the creator. It's a difference. God, son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority and in the name of Yahuwah, creator of all things, peace and comprehensive judgment to angels and mortals. That from the little that has been demonstrated in the world of governments and principalities being manifested on earth, ye have been taught that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens, belonging to the earth. And this is what we're going at, which heavenly places and governments were the cause of forerunners of good governments on earth, amongst good governments manifest amongst mortals. So what they're telling you is as above, so below as above. The same way we got earthly governments and with the king and the president and the council is the same way that the heavenly governments are ran. It's right before your face, but you never had the heavenly kingdom laid out for you to really catch it like that. So now it states here, Jehovah said, he who is chief of a government on earth shall be called king, like Haile Selassie. Just as an example, he's a king, right? But he who is chief of my heavenly government shall be called what? God. God is the chief of a heavenly government, not the creator. You've been taught that by the sheep, but our Elohim. No. God is just a title bestowed on an angel to rule the heavenly government, no different than a king is a title bestowed on a man to rule the earthly government. Giving you context right here. As above, so below as above. So keep in mind, Jehovah's saying this. He's telling you that, God is a title bestowed on an angel. Let's get that. Book of Discipline, chapter 1 through 17, chapter 1, verse 17. As a kingdom on earth has a king. And the king is nevertheless immortal, like Selassie, like Obama right there, So in like manner is the heavenly king of the heavenly place of your God. A what? A kingdom of angels. And the chief over them is God, an angel also. We're not talking about the most high creator when we talk about God. We're talking about an angel. We're talking about a man ruling a heavenly kingdom. Just like Selassie was king of Ethiopia, just like the President Obama was king of America, but these are men. You're not going to look at these men as your creator. These are just men running a government. But you've been taught that these are your creator according to your text. So again, context is everything. As a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal, so in like manner is the heavenly place of thy God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. And let me prove to you that you worship an angels and not the creator. Now in Psalms 82, it says what? God stands in the congregation of the mighty, and he judges amongst who? The gods. I just described, we just read that God is not the creator, but an angel. Now, when we look at the Hebrew word, when we look at this, go to the Strong's Concordance, or this is the blue letter of the Bible, right? Look what it says. That's the same verse. They go God. When we click on God, we get the Strong's Concordance 430. When we go to 430, what does it classify Elohim with? Angel. We're not dealing with no creator. This is in the Bible now. This is the etymology of the word God referring to angel. And when we click Elohim, because Elohim is going to take us to Allah. When we click Allah, what does it bring us to? What does it bring us to? Deity. Deity. When we click deity, what is a deity? That's a deity. These are deities. But this is supposed to be your most high in the Bible. Not these images, but when these are deities. Meaning to say, a deity is an idol. So now, this is all referring to God's definition. Right here, this is Allah. And when we scroll down, we see it's associated with deity. And then we get to the primary root word, because that's not the primary root word in Hebrew, we get to El. And look what is associated with El. Idol. So we just defined the Hebrew word where God is associated with angels, deity, and idols. While in the Oahspe, let's get it clear. While in the Oahspe, it states what? As a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal. So in like manner is the heavenly kingdom, heavenly place of thy God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. Y'all disputing and worshiping gods. Y'all saying, oh, I worship the most high God. No, all of them are deities. Whether if you claim you worshiping the most high deity or you worshiping one out of many, you're still dealing with the deity, and we just proved it based off the etymology of the word. So Oahspe is showing you that who you claiming to be the most high ain't nothing more than a chief ruler of the heavenly kingdom. So when it states that God stands in the congregation of the mighty, he judges amongst the gods, that's the equivalent of saying, And so that's the equivalent of saying this. So in like manner is the heavenly place of thy God, a kingdom of angels. See, the kingdom of angels is equivalent to what? The kingdom of angels is equivalent to what? The congregation of the mighty. He judged amongst the gods. So this is one man judging amongst others. See Obama and see the other gods in the crowd? Using that as a reference to show you that we're not dealing with a creator. You're dealing with a deity, an angel, in rulership of the heavenly kingdom. So now, who are angels? Because God, Lord are all titles bestowed on angels. We clearing all this up. Who are angels? Now, this picture that you see right here is a real picture. This picture was taken where I live over here in Atlanta. My man, he was at his aunt crib. My man was at his aunt crib, and they seen the spirit standing on the porch, and they pulled out their phone and they caught the picture, and they caught it on camera. This is a real picture of an ancestor. Now, what are angels? We're going to clear up what is an angel now. This what you're looking at right there is a real picture of a spirit, of an ancestor, right here in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, God's book of Esther, chapter 4 through 15, states, look what it states here. These are from Jehovah, and in him, and all angels, gods, lords, generals, captains, and chiefs in heaven are what? Are only the brothers and sisters of both mortals and the spirits of the dead. See that? All angels. God is a title bestowed on an angel. Lord is a title bestowed on an angel. General is a title. Captains are title. All these are titles. All these are titles. And they're chiefs in heaven. But who are they? Who are they? They ain't nothing more what? Your ancestors. The brothers and sisters of both mortals and the spirits of the dead. Ain't no spookism here when we dealing with angels. It's telling you that these are your ancestors, your loved ones who have moved on in spirit. These become angels. In Hebrew, angel just means messenger. Well, who's sending the message? To and fro from where? So we letting you know that when you cross over in spirit, you become an ancestor, you become an angel. And then from there, as you progress in the spiritual world or the atmospheric world in the heavenly kingdoms, you take on the titles as gods, lords, and generals and captains. No different than when you come into the earth, you mature, you go to school, you get a job, and you take on positions and titles like supervisor, manager, CEO, whatever the position may be. But you're not the creator. You a man in rulership of a kingdom. So Jehovah is letting you know right off the bat, these are from Jehovah and in him, that all angels, gods, lords, generals, captains, and chiefs in heaven are only the brothers and sisters of both mortals and the spirits of the dead. Ain't nothing spooky about that. Now you know where grandma at. Well, now you know what grandma doing. Well, you don't know what she's doing yet, but now you're seeing the correlation of life after death. Now I said, who is angels? We're letting you know that you are the angel when you cross over in spirit. Now, the Lord's first book, chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, it states, hear me, O man, I am the Lord, the God of earth, son of Jehovah. I am one of your elder brothers. I, your Lord, with my brother lords and gods in the name of Jehovah speak, saying, peace and patience to all men, so that you may comprehend my words and bear witness that heaven and earth and every part is Jehovah's, and that all men, women are sons and daughters, world without ends. See that? We're the sons and daughters of the Creator, not to be confused to worship angels as the Creator. Now let's prove more that angels are offsprings of one-time human beings. I, the Lord, a one-time mortal. This is the Lord saying I was a one-time mortal with my holy angels, who had sprang from the earth in former times, walked with man to keep him upright in the way he should be. So right here, these are Lord's God's telling you that, I was a one-time human being like you are right now. This is the spiritual progression after life. This is the spiritual connection. Book of Discipline, chapter 1, verse 2 through 6 and 14, it states, hear the words of thy God, O man. I am thy brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. Profit in my wisdom and be admonished by my love. For as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you. He like, you're going to be where I'm at in time to come. To rise also in time to come and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. See that? This is God saying like, I'm your brother. I was a one-time man like you. So when you cross over in spirit, I'm letting you know, nigga, this is what's going on over here. So you'll have heads up beforehand. The Creator lets us know what's ahead. He's not going to leave us in the darkness forever. So right here in verse 4 states, to Jehovah, all adoration and glory forever. All life, motion, power, and things seen and unseen are by and through him, through Jehovah. This is God telling you that Jehovah's the all in all.
Hey, Selah, my apologies for interjecting.
Can you get some water real quick? Oh, I'm gonna let you interject too. Let me say something real quick to the to you and also to my moderators and to everybody that's coming board. Hey, a lot of people like what you're saying, and some people don't. So Shebrew, I was saying when you Shebrew 144, I was saying when he's done, you can come in the room. Prince Jerusalem, when he's done, you can come in the room. You can come in the room when he's done, right? Anybody can come in the room and have a peaceful dialogue in the room, you know, and don't get offended with, you know, my moderators go hard up in here in the paint. You know, that's how it is on this channel. You already know. So,
oh no, I'm used to this.
Yeah. So, you bringing the smoke, brother. So I'm glad. Hey, listen, this is a shout out to Vortex. Vortex, you need to come. I found your teacher.
He got vortex in his name. We just showed you that the vortex is the foundation of all created things. Without the vortex, you can't even have life.
Yeah. Hey, my apologies.
Cosmo, you want to say something real quick for the brother? Cosmo, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, my apologies. I was going to interject. The presentation is not visible on YouTube. The chat is saying to share the screen. We can see it right here on StreamYard platform, but we can't see it on YouTube.
No, we can see it on YouTube.
Okay.
No, we see it on YouTube.
Okay, it must be
you
an
in
error.
the room, so that's,
yeah. I have it up on my phone, and I'm following the chat. A number of people were saying that they couldn't see the screen. I can't see it either. Could be a technical error if some people can see it and some people can't. Just wanted.
Yo, Darryl, you watching from my channel or his channel? Because it's showing on his channel. It's not showing on my channel though.
Okay. Good question.
Yeah, it's showing from my channel. It's not showing.
Okay. Well, if anybody in the chat can hear us, it's showing from the F.O.P.E channel. It's not showing from Selah Shalom TV.
Yeah, it's not showing on my channel. On my channel, you just see me reading, but on his channel, you see the stage and all that, the page and all that.
All right, just wanted to keep you informed about that, brother. Go ahead, keep the fire going.
Appreciate that. So Quinal, I'm good. I'm gonna your go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So again,
go ahead.
All right. So again, like now we're distinguishing that God, Lord God, all these are titles bestowed on angels, and angels are one-time human beings, not to be confused with the Creator. So now, I'm gonna start where I got it highlighted. All life, motion, power, things seen and unseen are by Him and through Him. Now here's the catcher, verse 6. Neither is there any angel. We already just described, because I showed the etymology of the Hebrew word for God refers to an angel. Refer to angel, deity, and idol. That's associated with God. Those attributes have nothing to do with the Creator. Now, neither is there an angel in heaven so high nor sufficiently wise to comprehend Jehovah in his entirety, nor to see him as though see your fellow man. So in the Oahspe, we're clearing up that you can't see the Creator like you see your fellow man. Like you've been taught to believe that you can see God face to face. Yeah, you can see the gods face to face, but those are not the Creator. And that's where we're distinguishing. Hear your God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and Jehovah, are not the same one, nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. Huh? God is telling you that, yo, I'm not the Creator. It's a difference between the Creator and the El Elohims. Now, who is God? Let's get it. Who is God? Let's get it. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 9 through 13. And I will allude to you a chief who is wise and experiencing in founding heavenly kingdoms. And he shall appoint from among you officers, messengers, ashars, which are guardian angels, and asaphs, angels that receive the spirits of the dead, and enuers, those are angel musicians. And ye shall be numbered and apportioned to your labor and places, like in my other lower heavens on other worlds. So this heavenly system that they're setting up, this heavenly kingdom, is a similar system governed on other lower heavens and other worlds. So this ain't nothing familiar. This ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new, setting up these heavenly kingdoms. Verse 10, he who is chief shall be called what? God of his heaven and the earth, which are now bestowed to his making. So God is a chief ruler of the heavenly kingdom. And God shall have a council and a throne within his heavenly seat, his heavenly city. And the place shall be called Horeb, because it is the first kingdom of God of this heaven. So right here it's telling you, in your Bible, you've been taught that God sits on a throne. Right here, the Oahspe is laying out the heavenly kingdom, that the God sitting on the throne is the chief ruler, not to be confused with the Creator. And God shall rule on his throne, for it is his. And his counsel shall rule with him in my name. In whose name? Jehovah's name, not El Elohim. In Jehovah's name, they shall have dominion over angels and mortals belonging to the earth. So God is chief ruler of the heavens and earth. Who are lords? Who are lords? We can't say that God and Lord are the same. No, we bring down the heavenly kingdom. These are different positions in the heavenly kingdom. President and vice president is not the same. But you've been confusing that. Verse 13, and God shall appoint chiefs under him, who shall go down and dwell on the earth with mortals. And the labor of these chiefs shall be with mortals for their what? For their resurrection. And the chiefs shall be called lords, for they are what? Gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commissioned gods. In the heavenly kingdom, a lord is the lowest rank in the commission of gods. But in your Bible, you've been taught that Lord is the most high. We exposing all. Book of Judgment, chapter 25, verse 1, God said, in the cities and countries and places, I have innumerable lords, apportioned to districts, and to mortals and angels within them. So lords are district rulers, they're land gods, and my lords know the rates and grades of their people, their occupation, aspirations, labor, behavior, private and public. So if you think you're doing something private and hiding, no, you're always being watched by these angels. Book of Discipline, chapter 2, verse 29, it states, thus my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name, Jehovah, to abide for times and seasons with mortals, as what? Guardians and inspirers, to provide dreams, thoughts, visions in the minds of mortals, to otherwise labor in what? Elevating them in purity, love, and wisdom. Righteousness is being done over here. We ain't talking about spilling blood and killing motherfuckers. We talking about elevating through purity and righteousness. What are guardian angels and angels that receive the spirits of the dead? This is the heavenly system, the heavenly kingdom. All this is part of the heavenly kingdom. Therefore, those of you who are appointed by God and his lords as guardians over mortals shall be called Ishars, and ye shall report to your respective lords, according to the section of the earth where ye may be. And Ishars shall have many watches, meaning the guardian angels. And those of you who are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead in the heaven shall be called Asaphs, and ye shall report to your respective lords and their kingdom. See, the heavenly kingdom has a structure and order. You have guardian angels, and you have people that deal with the spirits of the dead as soon as you cross over. This is the revelation. This is what you don't know according to the Bible, because this is what was supposed to be revealed later on, and this is the time now. Check this, verse 32. And the Ashars, the guardian angels, shall make a record of every mortal as to the grade of his wisdom and good works. And when a mortal dies and his spirit is delivered to the Asaphs, the record shall be delivered with him. And the Asaphs receiving shall deliver his spirit along with the record into the place in these heavens, which is adapted to his grade, where he shall be put to work and to school according to the place of the resurrection I created. See that? Everything is about resurrection and elevation. Now, Book of Siddhanti, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 21 through 25, it states, when mortals die and are born in spirit, ye shall receive them and enter them in your records as Isaeans, signifying newborn in heaven. And for these newborn spirits, ye shall provide temporary dwellings where they shall reside, some for a few days, some for a space of 1 year or more. Through the messengers, remember, angel means messenger, right? Through the messengers, ye shall inform me of their numbers and conditions, and I will send ships to bring them to my kingdom. When they talk about ships, what do you think they talking about? They talking about chariots. Ye shall appoint Asaphs. Asaphs are angels that receive the spirits of the dead, whose office it shall be to receive Isaeans, newborn spirits from the guardian angels. See that? It's like when the baby's being born, coming out the womb, and the nurse grab the baby, and the nurse take the baby to the doctor, and then they do all the extra stuff. This is the same proceeding spiritually. Your spiritual birth is equivalent to your physical birth. Verse 23, while a mortal is alive on earth, the guardian angels shall stay with him, guarding him in the name of the Lord, and in my name, Yahuwah. But when he dies, the guardian angel shall deliver the newborn spirit to the Asaph, saying, in Jehovah's name, receive this newborn spirit. He was my protege. For the good or evil in him, charge it to me, and the guardian angel shall deliver up a record of the mortal life of the newborn spirit, and the record shall be kept within your kingdom. See that? Every human being is recorded spiritually. You ain't getting away with nothing. If you caught 10 bodies and you thought you got away with it, you ain't getting away with nothing. Verse 24, and the Asaph shall take the newborn spirits, he's saying, in Jehovah's name, I receive this newborn spirit. He shall be my protege according to the commandments of the Lord my God. He shall then take the Isayan, the newborn spirit, to the place prepared for it, where it will have nurses and attendants according to its requirement, just like when the baby is born. See that the spiritual birth is in comparison. When ships come to your kingdoms, the Asaphs shall deliver all the newborn spirits they shall receive, and my officers shall receive them and bring them to my places in heaven. See that? It's a spiritual proceeding. From when you born to when you die, your life is already mapped out spiritually. So when you cross over in spirit, there's angels already in the realm knowing how to manage to deal with you. Now, Book of Discipline, chapter 2, verse 29. Thus my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name and in the name of Jehovah to abide for times and seasons with mortals as guardian angels, inspirers to provide dreams, thoughts, visions in the minds of mortals, and to otherwise labor in elevating them in purity, love, and wisdom. So those are your guardian angels. Every human being has a guardian angel. And those guardian angels are in cahoots with other angels that are in cahoots with the land God, that are in cahoots with the Lord God, and then God, ruler of heaven and earth. So it's a chain reaction we're dealing with. Now let's go to the succession of the gods. The succession of the gods is no different. Like I said, I just use pictures to convey the message. The succession of the gods is like presidents when they leave office and another one comes in office. As above, so below as above. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7 through 9, verse 9, 14, and 15 states, and God and his Lord shall have dominion from 200 years to 1,000 years, but never more than 3,000 years, according to the reign of light, into which I bring the earth. So shall the term be for the office of my gods and my lords. So these are the succession of the gods. And God and his Lord shall raise up officers to be their successors. These officers shall be appointed and crowned in my name. Whose name? Jehovah's name. By God and his lords. See that? There's inaugurations in the heavens. You ain't know that? All this has been going on. And now it's being revealed. Because we must know this, because we're moving, we're intelligent. It's just like school. When you move up in grade, the education must move up, the intelligence must move up, the awareness and consciousness must move up. So we're becoming more conscious of these heavenly kingdoms that is revealed in the Oahspe Bible. Now, Book of Divinity, chapter 1, verse 6 and 7 states, as Jehovah provide that no man could be a king forever. Context. See, Oahspe always constantly giving you context. So you won't be thrown off like this is some spooked out shit. It's giving you context. It states what? As Jehovah provide that no man could be king forever, but must give way to a successor, even so in his heavens, he provided for his gods and lords to have what? Successors at certain periods of times. Why? So that the way would be open for all the everlasting resurrection of all men, by which all of whom choose may in time what? Become also God's lords for the countless worlds that now are and shall yet be. You are gods in training. The creator got kingdoms in the heavens, and you could possibly become a god and a lord, no different than you could possibly become a vice president, a senator, a congressman, because these are positions in the heavenly government and the earthly government. So as above, so below. So again, it states what? So that the way may be open for the everlasting resurrection of all men, by which all who choose may in time become also lords and gods for the countless worlds that now are and shall yet be created. See that? God and lords are not the creator. These are angels bestowed on, these are titles bestowed on angels. Understand the difference. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 33 to 34 states, as ye shall thus become organic in heaven with rulers, teachers, and physicians, with capitals and cities and provinces, with hospitals and nurses, schools and factories, so shall ye ultimately inspire man on earth to the same thing. And don't we have these things? Don't we have hospitals? Don't we have nurses and schools? What makes you think the heavens won't have it? All these things that we have on earth, what makes you think the heavens don't have it? Where do you think we got it from? As above, so below as above. Verse 34, and mortals who are raised up to dominion over mortals shall be called kings. See that? As my gods and my lords are called my sons, so shall kings and emperors be called sons of God. Through him they shall be raised up to their places and given dominion of my name. So what we're showing you is that the heavenly kingdom of God and the title and ranks of angels, God, and Lord, are all angels running a heavenly government, not to be confused with the creator. You've been taught that El Elohim is your most high creator. We're showing you that those are governing angels running the kingdom. Book of Divinity, chapter 1, verse 10 through chapter 1, verse 10, 13 through 15, it states, verse 10, Jehovah said, the labor of my God shall be chiefly in atmosphere. Nevertheless, my gods and lords shall not only labor with the spirits of the dead to teach them organic discipline and harmony, but they shall provide for mortals so that they also may learn the system and glory of my creation. As above, so below, as above. You think we got an earthly government and they ain't got no heavenly government ran in a similar fashion? Jehovah said, in the early days of a world, I give the races of men on earth a despot to rule over them. But in time after, I give them representative governments with many voices, having a right to help make the laws. Similarly, I provide for the Hadean heavens, the lower heavens. In the early days, I provided a God who shall be dictator and governor in his own way. But in later times, I provided a parliament in heaven, in which my God and my Lord shall jointly consult together in framing laws for angels and mortals. These shall be called divine laws. See that? These heavenly kingdoms are ran by angels. Under the authority of the creator Jehovah. Jehovah said, behold, my gods, lords, and sub-gods shall teach the same things in different parts of the earth. In these heavens, I will not have one Lord teach one thing in one place and another teaching the same thing differently in another place. See, we don't teach that God is the creator over here. We keep it in the correct perspective that it's supposed to be in. So you'll never say the president is the vice president or vice versa. You'll never confuse that because you know the order of government. So the Oahspe is showing you the heavenly order of the kingdom of angels, so you won't be confused. So you'll always know that, oh, God is the title bestowed on an angel, not to be confused with the creator. Anybody who reads the Oahspe, we clear that. It ain't no confusion. Jehovah said, my gods and Lord shall provide comprehensively so that all people on the earth and in heaven may be drawn towards me in harmony and discipline. Now we're going to go into the harvest. Now, what is a harvest? A harvest is an ascension. This is the ascension time. I hear a lot of Israelites like talk about the chariots. The chariots going to come down and do this, that, and the third. Oahspe got nothing but chariots all through the book. This is the purpose of the chariots. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 16 through 19, it states, at the termination of the dominion of my gods and his lords, they shall in these my bound heavens gather together all those angels who have been prepared in wisdom and strength for resurrection to where? My Etherian kingdoms. Remember what I said at the beginning? What is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of man? To inherit the Etherian kingdoms? Well, these are the proceedings on how you inherit the Etherian kingdoms. You have to have a heavenly kingdom set up before you can inherit the heavenly kingdoms. Just like school. Before you got to go through the schooling system before you go to college. You just can't go to college. You got to go through high school. Earth is the high school. Etheria is the college. Understand the difference. Again, at the termination of the dominion of my gods and lords, they shall in these my bound heavens gather together all those angels who have been prepared in wisdom and strength for resurrection for my Etherian kingdoms. And these angels shall be called what? Brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah, for they are mine and in my service. So this is like graduation. Harvest is a graduation, just to make it blunt. And in the time of Dan, which is light, I will send down ships from Etheria to God, his lords and brides and bridegrooms. By the Etherian gods and goddesses, these ships shall descend to these heavens to receive God, his lords and brides and bridegrooms, and carry them up where? To the exalted regions I have prepared for them. Remember when I stated that, what is the purpose of mortals? Death I made that man shall inherit the Etherian kingdoms. This is the process for you to inherit the Etherian kingdoms. This is the proceeding. All those who ascend shall be called the harvest to me, who my God and lords. And the time of my harvest shall be according to each Dan or light, which is 200 years, 400 years, 600 years, 500 years. And these shall be called my lesser cycles, because they are the times of the tables of prophecy, which I give unto my servants. But it states what? But at no other times nor in any other way shall my harvest ascend to my emancipated worlds in Etheria. For each and every Danai have I created 7 Dans, and to each Danai given 6 generations of mortals. Now, you're not going to understand that if you don't know Oahspe. Now, that's basically talking about this chart right here. Within a spectrum of 3,000 years is broken down into 7.5 times. 200 years and then 400-year periods after that. And every 400 years is a succession or a harvest where the gods change rulership, and then the Etherian angels come down to receive those who are ready to ascend every 400 years during the subcycles. Now, heavenly records of the gods, Book of Jehovah, chapter 8 through 1 and 2 states, Jehovah said, God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven of his dominion and those of his lords, and he shall enjoin it upon their successors forever to keep a like record. So they're keeping a record of their administration. Just like you got the Obama administration, the Bush administration, each administration has a record of their reign. And at the time of my harvest, a copy of these records shall be taken up to my Etherian kingdoms and filed with my Orion chiefs and archangels in the roadway of the travel of the great serpent. The great serpent is referring to the solar system, for their deliberation regarding the progress and management of the inhabitation of the world in our heavens. See that? We're dealing with what? Archangels, Orion chiefs in the higher realms of these Etherian kingdoms. These are above the gods and lords of the atmosphere. Book of Satanti, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 19 states, let a record be kept within your own kingdoms, and these records shall be your own, to be carried upward with you at your next resurrection. And separate from your own records, ye shall also keep a record jointly with me pertaining to your kingdom's relation with me. So this is talking about government administrations within the heavenly kingdoms among angels. Synopsis of 16 cycles, chapter 1, verse 3 and 4 states, during a cycle, what is a cycle? A 3,000-year cycle. This is a cycle when it says a cycle, referring to this chart right here. When it says cycle, 1 arc cycle equals 3,000 years. That's what it's referring to right here when it says during a cycle. So during a cycle of 3,000 years, the earth and her heavens travel through what? The Etherian regions of hundreds of Etherian worlds, which are inhabited by Jehovah's high-raised angels, whose chiefs are involved in the management of worlds. See that? During the time of a cycle, the earth is therefore under the control and management of such angels of Jehovah's for the what? Resurrection of man on earth. The whole purpose of these angels coming down is to help us graduate, help us get off the bird's nest. The earth is the bird nest. We got to graduate. You don't stay in the bird nest forever. A bird don't stay in the bird nest forever. Earth is the bird nest, and we up and out. So what is resurrection? Because in order for us to get the Etheria, we got to progress and rise in the graves. Now, what are the graves? We about to go through that. Book of Judgment, chapter 12, verse 3 through 6 states, verse 3 and 6 states, these are the graves of the resurrections of the souls of men. So if you look at this chart right here, it is graded. Grade 1 being the lowest, grade 50 being midway or within the second heaven, grade 99 being in the third heaven, the highest heavens belonging to an earth, to this particular earth. And then above grade 99, you have the Etheria. Etheria exists outside the earth and its atmosphere. So we got to, once we cross over in spirit, this is what we got to graduate. Earth is school. Earth is like middle school. The atmospherian heavens is like high school, and Etheria is like college. So we in school. Said, these are the graves of the resurrections of the souls of men. I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead, according to their what? Their grade in their corporeal life. So do I arrange them. So if you got a low grade, you're going to be resting on the earth. If you got a higher grade, you're going to be higher into the atmosphere of the earth. That's how you're graded spiritually based off your grade. Now, I do not fill the air of the firmament with angels scattered about, but I give them regions habitable and home-like, and I grade the regions as to how suitable they are to the resurrection of the spirits of the dead. See that? Everything is about resurrection. We graduating, we up and out. Now, these are the grades. What is the grades? Your labor is based off what you do unto others. The service done unto others is how you're graded. So the more you serve others in righteousness is the higher your grade will be. So a grade 99 is a person who serves others in righteousness 99% of the time. If you serve others 50% of the time, that's going to be your grade. If you serve people 25% of the time, serving yourself 75%, your grade will be 25. If you're a selfish person, only worrying about yourself, and you don't share or break bread with nobody, nigga, you got the lowest grade. You got the lowest grade. You grade 1. And keep in mind, these grades are associated with your spiritual ascension. And your grade is determined based off the service done unto others. That's it. What you do in service done unto others is how you resurrect. Book of Judgment, chapter 6, verse 1 through 9, it states, whether on earth or in heaven, the same rules apply to both. See that? He that serveth himself one half and serve others one half shall stand grade 50. Now, this is just an example. So if you're serving 50% of your time and serving yourself 50% of your time, your grade will stand 50. So if you do that for the rest of your days, and when you cross over in spirit, you will ascend to a grade 50 in the atmospheric grades. This has to do with your ascension and get into the etherian realm, just like school. It states right here, he who serveth himself 3/4 and others 1/4 shall stand grade 25. So if you serve people 25% of the day and you serve yourself 75%, your grade will stand 25. He who served himself 1/4 and others 3/4 shall stand grade 75. So if there's 12 hours in a day, if you spend 75% of that day doing for others, your grade will be 75. But look what it states here. He who serveth himself only shall stand grade 1. Grade 1 is the lowest grade. See, those in the lowest grades remain on earth. He who served himself wholly stand grade what? 99. 99 is the highest atmospheric grade. When the harvest comes, like I just read earlier, at the termination of the gods, when the harvest comes, they're coming to collect those who have a grade 99. This is graduation. Just like in school, when you reach 12th grade and you got that high GPA grade, nigga, you ain't gonna stay in high school. You're gonna graduate and go to college. It's the same process with the earth. We're not staying in the bird's nest. Earth is a bird's nest, nigga. We up and out. We're not going backwards. We're moving up and out. So now, and whosoever serves accordingly, himself or others shall stand in grade, even as his works manifest. To serve oneself is to work for oneself, to strive for oneself, to think for one's own self as to what will benefit one's own self, referring to a selfish person. A person who thinks like that has the lowest grade. And how many of us know selfish people? To serve others is to do good unto others, is to help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of Jehovah. This is the service of the Creator, to do good, to help, to teach, to give joy and comfort. Not to destroy and be destructive and cut off the heads of goats and kill off infants. No, that's not of the Creator. That's some other deity. Be mindful of who you worship and following. You know why? Because this is what it states. But there are some who are below the grades, who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who delight in crime and pollution. These, if mortal, shall be called drunks, and if spirit, shall be called drudges. So you have angels that are below the grades who seek to do evil, who entice evil. The ways of the Creator are not in that manner. Now, what are the resurrection based off of grades?
Before you go there, let me interrupt just real quick before you go there.
Go ahead, Ken.
Put the link in the room so anybody can come on afterwards, whether they agree or disagree. And please ask some tough questions, because I had like 3. And then we'll go in. So everybody that's been talking, please come in the room and ask some questions. Keep.
And I'm almost done too, Ken.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so now these are the resurrections based off the grades. Now, in order to rise to the etherian realms or any of the heavenly realms belonging to the earth and its atmosphere, your grade is the determining factor for that. So now it says, the grades of my heavens of the earth being atmosphere in general follow this manner. It says grade 1 is on the earth, grade 50 midway between the earth and the emancipated heavens ethereal. Grade 25 is 1/4 way up from the earth towards Etheria. Grade 75 is 3/4 way up towards Etheria, and so on. Intermediate grades in place of ascent corresponding in like manner. But 99 is the highest atmospheric grade, preparatory to entrance into the company of the all-pure, meaning the company of the Etherians. Now, this is a graph just to show you how it works. Your spiritual ascension is based off the service done unto others. So if you're serving yourself all the time and nobody else, you have the lowest grade, grade 1, and that rests on the earth. If you're serving others 25% of the time, your grade will be 25%, 50%, 75, 99, and so on. This is your spiritual ascension. It's based off the service done unto others. That's how you're graded. And when you reach a grade 99, you will rise into the etherian realms at the harvest time. Now, Book of Judgment, chapter 3, verse 24 states, Nor have I provided a resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. And this is the service. This is serving Jehovah the All-Person, and not because of any worship or confession done before any of the idols of earth and heaven. So right here it's telling you that good works is how you rise. But whatever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same is adjudged as worshiping the great spirit Jehovah. So the worship of the Creator is the service done unto others in righteousness. It's an easy burden over here. And the last verse, it states, the book of Esther, chapter 30, verse 17, it states, consider then what you can do that will raise you in spirit. For this is resurrection. For to purify yourselves, cut out that lambs, cut out that flesh and blood, purify yourself. Second, to do all the good you can. And third, to affiliate. Without these, there are no resurrection. So the foundation of resurrection, of your spiritual ascension, has all to do with the service done unto others in righteousness and good works. And you are judged based off of that on how much service you do unto others. The more you do, the greater your service is. The less you do, the less your reward will be. But it's solely based on your own actions. And with that, I'm done. That's the last part of it, the grades and rates. That's a breakdown of the heavenly kingdom, the title and the ranks of angels, the ascension and the harvest periods, distinguishing the difference between the Creator from his heavenly angels running the heavenly kingdom. Boom.
Oh, no doubt. Hey, man. Shit. That was great. All right. That's all I can say. That was a great breakdown. Hey, let's
you can
man. Okay, clear. You should have came in like this brother, man. This brother came in respectful, said what he had to say, man, and put it down. But I'm gonna ask a few questions. Hey, Cosmo, man, you can show your face, bro, up in the room. You know, he's finished with the presentation. And the link is in the room. Any and everybody is welcome in. You know, let's keep respectful, but you know, he's ready. All right. But let me ask a few questions, right? Maybe 3 or 4. The name of that book. All right, let me take my camera off so you can see my face. The name of that book. Can you tell us the etymology of that word and what does it mean?
Oahspe means earth, sky, and spirit. The O is equivalent to sky. The AH is equivalent to earth, and the SPE is equivalent to spirit. So it's equivalent. Oahspe means earth, sky, and spirit.
Do you believe in death?
Yeah, what I just broke down when I read the book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2, it stated, death I created so man can inherit my Etherian kingdoms. And then I gave a description of the Etherian, the worlds being the all highest, the best places above all other places. So yes, there's a spiritual ascension after death.
Okay, great. So a couple more then. Please come in the room. Put the link in the room. A lot of people say some stuff. He's right here. My next question is, as below, how do you say that? As below and same as high. How you say it
as
again?
Above, so below as above.
Right. So I saw how you broke that down. So let me ask you this. Are you saying they one and the same?
Yeah, similar bodies exist on earth as in the heavens.
So
the same way we have a government on. Say it again, King.
No, go ahead. I cut you off.
No. So yeah. So like the verse was saying, like the same way we have a government on earth, and the king of that government is a man. Likewise, in the heavenly government, there's a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. So they're giving you context of the earthly government, so you can have an understanding how the heavenly government are ran in a similar fashion. So those who study the Oahspe, we are clear when it comes to the difference between the title and ranks of angels: God, Lord, These are different titles bestowed on angels to run the heavenly kingdom, no different than president, vice president, senator, congressman. Those are different titles bestowed on men to run the earthly government. So the Oahspe constantly gives you context to show you the proceedings are similar.
If I can cut in.
Okay, 2 more and I'm done. The room is open. If the same is above as it is below, and you believe in death, and above with these in the ranking system once this body leave the earth, or I would say the amongst the living? Is
Say
there
that one more
death
time.
in the above? Is there death above?
No, once you die, once you have the physical death, there is no more death. So once you cross over in spirit, or when you shed this fleshly body, because the angelic body looks just like this, you know what I mean? This physical body is an outward manifestation of the angelical body. That's why most of the angels that they seen in the prophet seen were men. You know what I mean? So when you cross over in spirit, you don't die no more. That's it. You live on. But there is consequences and rewards within the heavenly realms, no different than there's consequences and rewards on the earthly plane. So once you shed the body, you exist in spirit, but there is still consequences, like in the scripture said, there's war in heaven. Now we could break down like how these angels in heaven go to war, and these wars are no different than physical wars. But the only difference is that they can't kill each other because they already passed through death. So what they do is they confine each other in places of torment, or like jails, they confine their enemies like prisoners of war and contain them.
Okay, one more question to let the brother, your brother get in. So, and I'm sure you heard these questions before. I'm trying to.
No, it's all good. Spew them out. I love the Q&As.
Right. So I study because I thought you was going to, because I was going to do a class on angels, and it's a lot that we haven't brought out ourselves, because some people who's not only not familiar, but I don't think they. No disrespect to anybody, but some people can't grasp hold of some of the stuff, right?
Thanks.
How can I put this? Let me just in the
I
creation.
understand what you're saying, brother. You basically you more expanded in your knowledge and information, but being that you run with a school of brothers, you gotta stay tunnel vision so you don't offend the brothers. But I could already tell you beyond the Bible, brother. I'm just gonna be real with you. You need to investigate this Oahspe. I know the Bible like the back of my hand, and I know the Oahspe like the back of my hand. And as a person, as just being a reader, not being judgmental, the Oahspe gives you way more insight concerning life after death, the spiritual progression, who was the creator, who was these angels, the difference between God, Lord, and God, Lord, the difference between a false God and a true God. All that is explained in great detail. That's why if you watch any of my debates, I had 3 debates so far, and if you watch any of those were clean sweeps, because a lot of the questions that we raised couldn't be answered according to the Bible. Like, I'll just give you a question. If I was to ask you, and you know, we just building, of course. If I was to say to you, and we could revert the questions back to each other, what is the difference between God, Lord, based off a chapter and verse? Those are one of the questions that every time we have a debate or we come across somebody who's in opposition to the Oahspe, we raise that question first, because we could explain it according to the text. But then when we raise it to somebody who studies scripture, they can't differentiate it based off a chapter and verse. So we just use that to show the vagueness. Now go ahead, King.
I'm gonna answer that, and I'm gonna answer that and turn it over to him. Well, the best way I can go with that is it's a title, right? Or some people would say a name, you know, because no, read the book of Psalms, I forgot what chapter and verse it says, the Lord said unto my Lord. So I mean,
no, just for an example, just the way you said that in comparison to what I just laid out. You see the difference between saying my Lord said to your Lord, that's vague. But what I just laid out, I gave you positions and title and ranks of angels within the heavenly kingdom, and showed you a chain of reaction of events from God, Lord God to Lord God, to guardian angels, how the angels receive the spirits of the dead in the heaven, and how they ascend to the Etherian realms at the harvest time. See, we just laid out a whole system. So when we raise these questions,
you know what? Let me say this, and I can agree to that, because it's a few things I want to bring out later myself. Is that there is a ranking system, like you said, above and below. There is a ranking system. We know that. I mean, we know that. You know, I ain't gonna say issue. I just want the people to understand exactly where you're going with this. And to me, you've done a great job explaining. I get it. I get exactly what you're saying. You know, and it's up to people to decipher it. But Cosmos, go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
All right.
Wonderful presentation, brother Selah and Elder Q. Thanks for having us. I was just going to chime in and support the question also. What is as above, so below? I was just going to say that in the biblical text, there's something in the biblical text that says done on earth as it is in heaven, which is also an equivalent of as above, so below. It's just that the Bible just doesn't go into depth as to what that means. And I'm just saying that.
Say it again, that last part.
The Bible doesn't go into too much depth as to what that means. I'm just saying that as a former Christian.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. I would say that to me, it's talking about living righteously. It doesn't really go into it, but if you look at it, gives us a way on how to live and things that we should do and not do, and so on and so forth. One more thing. The brother that came in the room, I tried to click you on, but it says something about an earpiece, so you don't have your device hooked all the way in. You're welcome to come on. So I did not bring you on. I tried, but it said you didn't have your device hooked up right. So the link is in the room. You're still welcome to come on.
You put this. Just put us on.
All right. So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead. You go ahead. I'll continue.
Oh no, that's all I had to say.
Now Daryl would just cross comparison that how the scriptures say, as it is on earth, so shall it be in heaven. And he would just use that as a cross reference to as above, so below as above, in cross comparison to what we was talking about. Yeah,
and then also a lot everybody didn't catch it too. But I mean, I don't want to say everybody didn't catch it. I'm gonna take that back. Selah Shalom had
bro. That was a heck of a presentation. It was very clear. I caught every word he said.
That's why I took that back.
I understood everything you was.
Yeah, that's why I took that back. But where I was going was you had to ask the question, what does Oahspe mean? What is that term? And Selah Shalom explained it in the beginning of his presentation when he gave a description and the functions of a vortex. Vortex, what it does is it condenses dissolved substances from the ether. That's what it does. The O, the I, the Spe, the earth, sky, and the spirit are the 3 degrees of density, which is earth, which is sky, which is spirit, and those are the 3 densities which vortex condenses substances. You got your earth, you got your sky, and the spirit. That's the ether. That's space. That's total dissolution.
So what the brothers are saying.
So do y'all believe in the Father? Do y'all believe in Abraham? Real quick, I'm gonna stop throwing some stuff at you now. Do y'all believe in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
The Oahspe got the story of Abraham in it, and Abraham in the Oahspe is described as a copper-colored man with a lofty beard and coarse hair. Oahspe describes Abraham as a black man.
As a black man, and also Moses.
Moses too.
Man.
Moshe is described as a black man. Yeshua is described as a black man. We are Israelites. We with you, bro. You feel me? It's just interesting how when I came across this revelation that it talked about the patriarchs and it talked about other patriarchs too. We're just not talking about Abraham. Like during the time of Abraham, it was other patriarchs that was sent from the Creator in other countries, but we didn't know about them until now. So you have Abraham, you have Brahma, you have Iwata, you have Po. These were 4 prophets that came the same time as Abraham. Same thing with Moshe. When Moses was on the scene, you had Chini of China, you have Kapilia of India. These were men who was raised up just like Moses was in the other regions, in those other 3 regions. So when the Creator sends out a mission, it's usually universally done. So while we only thought it was just Abraham was the chosen who was given the light, no. Over here, he had Brahma in India doing the same mission that that Abraham was doing over here in Arabia. So when you read the Oahspe, it shows you how the Creator had a global dominion of raising up prophets in each region of the country.
Yep.
So when we know of Abraham.
Yep.
But when I got the Oahspe, I was like, oh, during the time of Abraham, Brahma was on the scene too? Okay. A lot of people say Brahma and Abraham was the same person. Hey, they got the 2 separate stories to show you that no, these were 2 different individuals that was raised up by the Creator and one in Arabia and one in India. But saying that to say, the Oahspe do contain stories of the prophets. It don't contain everything like that's in the Bible with the story of Israel, because Israel, the Bible is mainly a history of Israel. But Oahspe is a more universal book. It contains the history of the globe. We got Zarathustra in there. Before Abraham was Zarathustra. So you got Zarathustra, then you got Abraham, then you got Moshe, then you got Yeshua, and then coming on down. So it gives you the chain of history. And we just talking about the last 6,000 years. You see what I'm saying? Oahspe talks about the flood of Noah, which was 25,000 years ago, in the Ark of Noah. So it's so much to talk about that really,
Now, now I cut you off real quick. Now I was listening to you reading, right? So I hope somebody come on here, because what you're saying now, I'm not going to agree or disagree, because people going first thing they're going to say is give me a source on them numbers, 25 and all that, 1,000 years and all that type of stuff. So you have to go to a source. So my next question would be this, because a lot of people say a lot of stuff in the chat, but y'all not coming over here and challenging the brother. I'm not here to challenge the brother. I'm here to have a good dialogue.
It's always like that, beloved.
Come on, man.
They'll talk.
So let me ask this question. Let me ask this question here. So I do my best to try to play. I hate to use the word devil's advocate.
No doubt.
Yeah, I hate using that word. I can't think of a better word. But
no, you all right, bro. I use it all the time too.
Some people say in the Christian community, or just here on earth, you have the Most High God, or they say His Son Christ, Yeshua, Yahweh, so on and so forth. What's their name? Do you believe in the Father and the Son, and what's their name? If you do.
No, we don't rock like that. We only rock with the Creator, because see, it's a part in the Oahspe where it talks about the Holy Ghost, the Trinities, and those were established by false gods, Trinitarian gods. You know what I mean? So I have a whole 15 video series talking about the Trinitarian gods, how they set up the concept of Father, Son, Holy Ghost, which was in opposition to the Creator. It's deep. It gets deep. Okay. For those who've been rocking with me, they know. But for the new people,
I had to ask that question. So I had to ask that question. So here go the other one: creator or creators.
Right. There's only one creator.
But we know there's more than one creator, because we create, right? We create, right? So what is
we're procreators. We're a product of creation that can procreate.
Right. It's like sub-creators.
Procreate, like okay. But we do create. I mean, I have a phone. We created that, this laptop, so
right.
And so forth. So we create things in that aspect. But I'm talking about now, I mentioned the one, right? So that creator, what's his or her name?
Well, in the Oahspe, it shows you that, like, as far as like we say Jehovah, in the Oahspe, the creator is Jehovah. You see what I'm saying? And when I first started off, the very first verse I read was, all was, all is, all shall ever be. So right there, it's telling you that the creator is ever present.
Yeah. Yep.
And then I went into motion, because it says the all was, all is, shall ever be. And motion was his speech. And motion, then I went into the power of Vortixian current, because that's the first cause of creation, Vortixian current. So before you can have a sun, moon, and star, you got to have a vortex first. The creator has to put that in motion. It has to create a rotary. That's why I showed the whirlwind. That's why I showed the vortex, a hurricane. I showed these similar systems that show that is demonstrated in nature, which is a precursor of how creation comes about. So that's why in the Oahspe it says, after the manner of the whirlwind, created I the created worlds. So when I show you all them pictures of them spiraling galaxies, it's one consistent system, which is the vortex. And from the vortex, the process of creation begins. Now, that same process of creation through vortices is multiplied tremendously throughout creation. So there go your multiple creators under one creator. One creator multiplying the same system, duplicating, just like when the RNA, the DNA duplicate itself and just reproducing itself. That's the creator reproducing the vortex throughout creation. That's why I showed you the numerous pictures of them galaxies. That'll be in cahoot to your question, different creators.
I understood that perfectly, right? I wish somebody come on here, man, because I don't know if he's scaring y'all away or whatever. So I'm doing my best. Not saying I agree or disagree.
Now you're doing great with the questions.
Oppositional towards you. All right. So I understand the whole process of the creation, like how a storm formed out in the Gulf of Mexico, right? How a tornado forms. What makes the high tide, the moon. I understand how everything comes. Like some people say, the Big Bang, negative and positive. But I get the process of what you're saying. But everything has to have, with that whirlwind, it comes from something. So I'm trying to get the aspect of, or the root. The root.
Now the root. All right, good question.
Of the creator to create the whirlwind and the tone and all that stuff, right? The root of it.
Now, like the verse stated, the very verse first it states, "All was, all is, all shall ever be," and motion was. So before motion, there was nothing in movement, stillness. Now, in all of creation, whether spiritual or physical, there's three things that's prominent: solid, liquid, and gases. And there's a process to creation. You cannot have a liquid without having two gases. You cannot have a solid without having a congregation of molecules, which is to say, gas, air, is the first cause of creation. So the creator takes air. See this air that we in there right here? It's still. The creator will give a rotary to this air that was not in motion, that is now in motion. Just like when the hurricane produces, when a vortex in a hurricane is produced, before it is a vortex, it had to come together. And then the spiraling process begins. But it's air, it's oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, the mineral makeup. Everything in creation is made up of minerals. And these minerals are expressed in gases. That's why you're made up of carbon.
Let me.
Now go ahead, King.
I get it. So I'm just gonna keep riding you, right? So I'm trying.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's do it.
I can't crack you, but I'm trying. Right. So now, like you said, to put the two together, right? Right. You need liquid and you need solid, right, to put stuff together, right? So let me go to something elementary for me. I could put a powdery substance together, right? And I could say it's pancake mix. But I get the pancake mix and then I add the water to it to create pancakes.
Right.
Again, I understand the powder, I understand the water, but it was I that created the pancake out of them two. So I'm asking, who is the I that
the I
put
is
the
not
two
a man.
substances together?
To clear up,
whether
the
a
I
man
is
or a
not
woman,
a man.
what is it? Okay.
It's oxygen
What
and
is it?
air. It's the ruach. It's the spirit. That's why he says, all was, all shall ever be. What is one thing in creation that encompasses everywhere present? It's air. When you look at those vortices
Put
and
the
those
link
galaxies.
in the room. I saw somebody say, put the link in the room. Put the link in the room. I hear, I'm sorry. I'll put the link in the room. Somebody put the link in the room. Right? I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, you good. So basically the creator is the one who generates the vortex. Just like you just said, you create a pancake. Now the question needs to be asked, who creates a whirlwind? Who creates a hurricane? There's no man standing there talking about he's spiraling a vortex, but you see the demonstration of the whirlwind and the hurricane coming together based off of who's doing it. The creator's doing it. Ain't no man standing there doing it. See what I'm saying?
I think that is interesting that he used the pancake mix as an example, because when you mixing a pancake, what motion are you going in? You're going in a spiral motion.
Exactly. You're still dealing with the vortex. Even you being a procreator.
I'm glad you caught that. Okay, now you with me. You're with me. So we use that, right? But we keep this the problem I'm having. If we got to take out the word creator, if we're not going to give it a name, because the creator created the what? The spiraling motion, the whirlwind, right? He created the dough. He created the water to stir it up, right? The blender does what? It stirs it up to that, what you was talking about, that vortex. So I'm asking again, what is it that created the spiral, the energy, right? The light, the dark, the air, the water? What is it? Not what happens during the creation. What is it that did the creation?
That which did the creation is motion. Because it says, all was, all shall ever be. And motion was his speech. And through motion is how things come into existence. So that's why I said, who produced the whirlwind? We can't put a finger on that. But we observe the function of creator. So what you're trying to get is who created the whirlwind? Well, the example of who created the whirlwind is in nature. When you see a tornado generating, who creates that? There's no man standing there doing it, but it's the function of creator. It's when creation put things in motion. When he puts air in motion, then the process of creation begins. But there is no person that you can say he did it. There is no name you can say, oh, that's Jehovah, that's Eoah.
Yeah.
The name is irrelevant. We're dealing with the function.
Yeah, it just is. It's a force that just is. And
that's why they say ever present. Something that is ever present and omnipresent, you can't put a finger on it. All you can do is understand its function.
Hold on, time out. Hold on. Hey, I hear you must have two screens open because we hear feedback. So you have to close one of your screens so we can stop hearing the feedback. Or mute.
Then the process of creation begins, but there is no person that can say he did it.
Somebody needs to mute.
That's Jehovah. That's
Yeah. Yeah. So as I was saying, when you read,
brother, you okay? We got two brothers in the room. Wise man, I'll let you go ahead and go first. You got to close out one screen because we heard a horrible feedback on your end. Wise man, most blessed. Welcome to the platform.
Yeah, about showing me how sure I rocked
statement.
No, I agree with the dude. I agree with him a lot. You know, like that one of the biggest hindrance that we have as for this understanding for who God is and everything is because they kept books closed. The books are now open. You know, only thing I differ him with is the name. You know, I know where I was before I came into the name of Yahweh, and I got there through the keys of Enoch, which teaches a lot of things. The book of Yah, you know, they say Jehovah, but you know, there's only one name that one can be saved. And to connect to what he calls ship is that Adam Cab done is when your mind is free from all the lies that you've been taught. You know, the Bible said, be not conformed to the world, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Like we living in the day and age, like bro was teaching a second ago. Man, you can't live your life with all those teachings that we once had. No, man, it's so many other books, there's so much other things that you had to put your hands on. You know, that's why I don't deal with Hebrew Israelite camps. Because they tell you like you can't pick this up, you can't pick that up. Right. How would bro know the things that he know and be able to teach tonight if he didn't pick those books up?
Facts.
Right.
You know, you can't if you limit knowledge, you know you're gonna lack a lot of understanding. Right. And I was taught as a little boy, you know, here in Mississippi, understanding is the best thing of the world.
That's right.
Right.
And I appreciate, you know, like I'm brief with what I do, man. You know, I'm talking like I appreciate you, bro, putting that knowledge out there and breaking it down the way that you broke it down, you know, but now how you said that for like was God in the Bible. If you go through the blue letter, you got to do what you say. You got to distinguish. When is he talking about a woman as a goddess? When is he talking about the most high God? When is he talking about a ruler or judge? And you know, that's why I tell like, you know, like I stay into it with ISUBK them. You know, I call them their show because you're playing with the word of God. So I got something to say. I'm a commandment keeper. I'm not like the rest of them. You know, I don't call the debate. I'm calling to you when you're playing with that word. I got to say something. If the Bible is not originally written the way that you read it, there ain't no way you can explain it to nobody and give the truth about it.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I want to. I'm not like down to you, whatever like that, but I want to keep this on a level where I just don't want to, because you was coming off fire now, come back like just talking because I like the brother went into an actual book. Right.
Yeah.
And with the Bible, and just like with this book, I can't say it's not true if I don't understand it. I have to go into it and try to get some understanding of it. So I don't.
The Holy Bible said the same. The Holy Bible said the same thing.
Oh, okay. So let me before I let the brother you hold on, I'm let you finish too. Speak it, wise man. Again, because okay, I got your answer on creator and name and so on and so forth. So. Some people say, well, man, are you saying you God? Are we gods? Right. The second part, you mentioned when the book was in 1800. Was this book found or 18 something? Was this book found?
1882.
That's right.
Where does it come from? This book.
Now, there's a biography of the author. My brother Cosmo Cal, you're probably going to do a show on your show. I mean, a lecture on your show called The Authorship of the Oahspe, and he's going to go and bring a full lecture and a breakdown of it. But just to give you a synopsis and a summary, it's a biography from John Newbold, the author, how the book came about. And he talks about how this information come about. Now, this is where it gets controversial for people who, I should say, more religious. Spiritual people could understand it, but the religious minds, they make quick judgments and assessments. So long story short, the book came about through automatic writing, what you would consider channeling. Now, when people hear that, the first thing I was attacked with, oh, that's demonic. Oh, that's evil. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that. And I understand that. Nigga, I'm from the same school of thought you come from. But the difference is this. In order to determine if anything is righteous or unrighteous, whether if it came through automatic writing, whether it came through the angel of the Lord, because all of it is the same thing, spirit communion. It has to determine the merit that is written will determine if it's demonic or not. If this shit was demonic, beloved, if this shit was evil and satanic, I wouldn't be wasting my time on nobody's channel. I wouldn't have been putting years reading this shit. But being someone who has invested over a decade in this book and got over 200 videos on YouTube, I've been doing this over 12 years. I'm the first person on YouTube to bring out this information. And all these other brothers that came behind me are the army once they started seeing the validity in the book. You see what I'm saying? So it came through automatic writing.
I think Vortex probably got a lot of this teaching from you, because I heard, I was like, oh no. That's why I was telling everybody, let me say this. Our debate league, right? And I hate saying debate, but our academia league has some very wise brothers and sisters in it. Trust me. You know, and we don't have to agree on everything, but we're going to respect each other in our understanding or overstanding of it, right? So before I let you on, Judah, I have one more question, and this could be a yes or no. If you want to elaborate later, if it's a no, you can elaborate later. Do you pray? And if so, to who?
Yeah, we pray to the Creator, and what we pray is that we can help others in righteousness. So my prayer is to how I can help my brothers and sisters to do good works, because the service done unto others is how you resurrect and ascend according to your grade. So the more you do righteous to others is the way you raise your spiritual grade. When I showed the graph of the spiritual ascension from grade 1 to grade 99, that ascension has to do with the service done unto others. So my prayers and our prayers deals with how can we help our brothers and sisters, because those are the most active prayers from the Creator, because with those, you're actually demonstrating action in your words and not just praying. You know, a lot of times when we pray, after we pray, but we feel good, like we done did something, and then go back and sit down on the couch and watch TV. But Jaja said, no. When you pray to me, go out there and serve others in righteousness, and then by your actions will I show my works.
Hey, Cosman, when it's over with, man, let's talk in the
And one thing, Wise Man, I heard Wise Man on on Tazariak show a couple times, because I recognize that voice, and the brother be going in with them Q&As. I done heard you before, beloved.
Yeah,
I heard that
been
voice.
over here a couple of times. He did, no doubt. He'd been over here a couple of times. So when this program is over, or in the Academia Debate League, Cosmo, you can come on and do something too. So because we end up switching this over to the other channel, because this channel have class like y'all doing now, but I want to start getting both channels open. Yehuda, Judah, holler at me. What's happening, brother?
Shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Question,
man. First, I want to tell the brother, great presentation there, brother. That was very edifying. You know, I take nothing away from you. It was, and as I'm listening to as you delivering the presentation, you know, in my mind, I always line things up to what I know the scriptures say.
Right.
So everything that you were saying, I was able to line up. You know, when the scripture says that, it says it this way, it says it that way, you know. So right. I'm looking at that and I'm going, okay, so that to me is validity in the book.
Right.
You know, that part I look. Now, what I did, and now where I was kind of like, okay, I want to know, I got to look more into this thing right here, because a couple things do throw me off. I'll say this. That name Jehovah, because I have put some work into researching that name and coming up with where that came from, right? Also, I understand that who uses that name. There are a few groups that I know that use that name. One being the Jewish people. They actually, Yahweh is synonymous with Jehovah. That's right. Number one. All right, but the other thing is is that also Masons use the name Jehovah. People don't know that.
That's right.
You know, but they also use that name Jehovah. So,
Right.
and now I'm trying to, you know, so it puts me there. So I know I'm more intrigued now to find out what's really all behind that. You know, I'm not saying, brother, I think you're trying to serve the Most High. You know, like I said, I honestly believe that in your delivery, in your presentation there. And I love the diagram, how you put it, because that is what it's supposed to be about. What the message of the word of the Bible is. It's about what's the 2 greatest commandments Christ said.
Time out real quick.
Look, God, all my soul, strength, love that made this thyself.
Time out real quick, brothers. Malachi, I want to let you in, but it's not allowing me to let you in. It's saying something you don't have hooked up, earphones or something. Okay, wait a minute. Might have you. Okay, I think we got you. I'm sorry I cut y'all off. I want to make sure I get my brother on. Gotta get him on here. So ask the question. I think you asked the question about Jehovah. Then we're gonna let Cosmo Cali come on. I think we're gonna give y'all a headache. Sound like to me. So that's your question about Jehovah. And then we'll let the brother Cali speak.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, I mean, like I said, I've done my own, you know, studying on that name, and like I said, I can tell you that it's synonymous with Yahweh. That part I understand already, and I also know that was a God that our people once followed. What we once followed when we were in error. You know, I followed that part. I've done my homework and research enough to know that. You know, so that's what took me. That's why I don't use the name Yahweh or Jehovah. But I'm bypassing looking at the name that you're using, but looking at more of what you was bringing out, the information. Like I said, that part is lining up with the scriptures. I saw that, you know, so, and it gave understanding. So it's some truth. I got to say that it's definitely truth in what you're saying there, you know, but I don't know if it's truth mixed with deception at the same time. You know,
now, I'm with you 100%, especially with the name thing with the Jehovah, because I was there too. You know what I mean? Like I'm over 10 years invested in the book, so everything you came with, same thing I was going with. But what changed for me was the character of Jehovah described in the Oahspe. It was his character.
Yeah.
You notice everything I talked about was dealing with righteousness, peace, love, and unity.
Exactly.
Now it's further information where Jehovah is totally against warfare. He's against bloodshed. He's against killing. He's about purity. So when I read Jehovah in Oahspe described like that, I was like, oh, okay.
Right.
The character is making more sense than the name.
Right.
So by the character having merit, it gives the name merit, but the name has to be cleared up based off what, like you said, we've been corrupted with. Jehovah's a tribal god. He's a Canaanite god.
Right.
And the Oahspe clears that up too. It talks about how these false gods assumed his name in the image of man, being the god of war. It goes through all of that. So that's a good question you brought up, because I had the same questions as well.
Man, that's a great question. But okay, I'm not gonna hog it up.
No, you good. Stay right there. Stay right there. Oh, stay right there, because I'm sure people gonna bring up some other stuff. Before we let Malachi in, maybe you got 2 screens open. Maybe you got 2 screens open, because I think Judah did too. All right, Callie, let's go, man. Because he was saying something in the room. Hang on.
Elder,
bring it to him.
Elder. Oh, okay. Can I just wanted the name of that book, and I like the author.
Oh, it's called Oahspe. Cosmo, somebody write it in the chat for the brother.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wrote it in the chat. I'm not sure if you can see it.
And the brother that you see on the chat named Cosmo Cal, if you go to his page, he did a video called The Authorship of the Oahspe, and he has a full breakdown of how it came about, so you can get the fullness there.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate that, brother. I really appreciate you bringing that out. That was a good presentation there.
Well, give thanks, King.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High, man. I'm done, man.
Yes, sir. Hit me up a little later, man.
Yeah. I had something I need to talk to you about too. Okay, yeah. All right.
I got that passport too, so we're gonna make some moves. All right, Callie. Hey, Malachi, I think you got a feedback. I don't know. So when you talk, we're gonna ask everybody to mute up. Go ahead, Cal.
Shalom to you, brothers, man. Great message tonight, Selah.
Peace, God.
Peace to you, man. Peace to the righteous gods, man. And let me just, first of all, you dig what I'm talking about? You know, let me just get this through to y'all. we here bringing this out not because we hate you, not because we trying to big you and little me and oh I. No, we here because we love you, first of all.
That's right.
And we love
That's
our
right.
creator. We love our creator. And he say, do this work. Go back and get your people. Tell them about me. Only my way. Only I am sufficient. The creator is sufficient for all his creations. So bring my people back. Y'all been my people since day one. Y'all been confused. You've been duped. You've been led astray. You've been told you was cursed. You've been enslaved. You've been oppressed. You've been given false gods, deities. You never should ever praise a god. And let me let this fact out. True God. I'm not talking about the gods of the Bible. I'm talking about true God, the true Lord of the heavens and the earth, right?
Well, let me stop you. Let me stop you because
ever-
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop because ain't nobody over here playing devil's advocate, so I gotta play it with you. All right, I gotta play it with you. Now, when you saying true God and the Lord and God, blah blah blah. Now, hey Vortices, get on here, man, because obviously you're a teacher on here, brother. So get on here and stop faking. But
okay,
when you say
well,
all that,
let me answer the question.
But let me
answer it more succinctly for you, and trust me, we had these same questions. We don't believe shit Oahspe say. We test everything. We don't believe nothing. We know it is the truth because we took it and we didn't believe it and we tested it and we found out that the creator is all truth. What the overall idea of what you need to learn quickly is that there is two gods. Since y'all stuck on the God level, most people can't get past God level, right? Understand this simply, that there is two gods and there are two people. Let me just get this to you. There is two gods, a true God and a false God, or false gods, and you can apply it singularly, just like saying man, and man can be multiple. So there is a true God and a false God, has always been, will always be. But what you also need to know is there is a true people and a false people, and there is a false people who is trying to usurp your history, O Israel, and tie your name into some bullshit that you never had nothing to do with. You ain't never killed nobody. You never praised the God, ever, ever, ever. You never praised the God, and as a matter of fact, you were enslaved. You have been oppressed and enslaved, 26 years, less than 6,000, because you wouldn't. Hold on. Before you go, let me get this thought out. 26 years, less than 6,000. 5,974 years you've been oppressed consistently because you wouldn't praise the Lord's, God's, saviors, messiahs of the world's people and the king's people. You would never praise them. You always praise the Great Spirit. Always. Now there is a people who have usurped your history, tied you into some mess that you weren't even there. They are trying to create their history by attaching it to yours, Israel, and they are not you.
Let me say something else. Let me say something real quick before I let Malachi speak. And I agree with you 99.99%. I think the part that you missed, what I was trying to say, is that for me, right, and I probably can say this for a lot of Israelites, the ones that's conscious, is that God is a title. Oh, put the link in the room for Vortex to come on. Most High bless CUC, King Judah. All right. God is a title, right? And with the book I read, it says he's a jealous God, right? Because man to me came up with God, right? But God is a title, right? Just like people will call man Lord.
That's
or worship deities or gods, right? So this falls back to the question I was asking your brethren, and you could answer it after I let Malachi speak, because you said there's you got people and you got gods, right? And I said God is a title.
That's right.
We say the same. We say the same. But we also differentiate God between we differentiate
but you
by
have
text.
You have to,
but with objective proof that the creator and God is not the same thing. The creator creates gods.
I understand that. So this let me
God
build
is
with
the title. Okay, so who gives God his title?
Let me build with you. Let me build with you. I was setting it up. Just let me build with you. So we understand creator, God, titles, all that. That's where I'm going. So when we say God, and it seems like he was boxing us in, right? Because I don't believe in gods, right? So I'm not on that level. I'm really not. So when you say that, it goes back to the question I asked my brothers, right? What's the name of this? This creator, or what you would say gods. I'm not saying gods or God.
We wouldn't say gods.
Right. So I'm not saying that either, but you brought that up about gods. So that's why I said who. I don't think I use the word God. I use the word creator. I say who's the creator, one singular. But hold that thought. Malachi, holler at me.
Hey, peace, and blessings to the family. Bless up, man. Abundant blessings to the F.O.P.E. brotherhood, man. Right on, brother. You already know, highly controversial. For y'all that don't know, I actually know this brother Quinaf. I have his number in my phone. I actually met him in the flesh when they came to St. Louis back in 2019. Him, Short Sham, couple others, you dig? And we embrace one another. You dig? And we've been family ever since, regardless of if there's any type of differences or whatever. We as men know how to holler at each other. So right on for having my brethren's on, man. It's the creative gang right here. I rock with these brothers right here. You understand? Like, hey, on the real, hey, look, I'm gonna keep it solid with Israel. These brothers study. You know what I mean? So regardless if you agree or not, I will advise you swim at your own risk. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Look, Quinal. Some of us, our track record in Israel needs no explanation. You understand? You one of them. You know, you've been around for a minute. Me, myself, I'm one of them. Been around for a minute. So if I'm telling you, look, these bros study. You understand? You be wise. Anybody would be wise to listen. But look, I want to shout out my brother Selah Shalom, brother. Excellent presentation. You dig? And to look at it from a non-biased perspective is this, right? This is how you look at this from a non-biased perspective, right? If you keep it solid with yourself, the brother made a clear distinction between who we call the Most High or Creator, Yahweh. Because I seen that in the chat. They want to know names. So if we amongst our Hebrew brothers, Yahweh. Okay, let's go ahead and put it on in there. Yahweh is who the Creator is. Okay? He made a very clear distinction between the Creator, God, Lord God, and Lord. The different ranks of angels and all that. Like, look, even though we may know from reading the Bible for all these years that God is a title, you understand? And that ain't the name of the Creator. You understand? The Bible doesn't differentiate the way we just heard that. That was very, very clear. And that's coming from, look, I'm a Nazarene as seen brethren. You understand? I'm just keeping it real with you. What I just heard was very, very clear. And it was a clear distinction. You understand? And I think as a brother, Quinal, this is why I believe the problems come in with us as a people. It comes with us not understanding the character of the Creator, the character of the Most High.
That's right.
See, without knowing that, anybody can appear to you and tell you, look, bow before me, you stand before your God, and look, your kneecaps knocking like a naked newborn, boy. You got your kneecaps dusty and bound, just little makeshift God. You understand? And it's not the Creator. We have a mandate in the scriptures to try the spirit. We all know that. Whether what? They be of who? God. or they be of who? The Creator. We got a command to try the spirits, brothers and sisters. You understand? So if I can, I just want to share something. It's real short.
Yes, indeed.
I want to share something because even in the Nazarene Essene literature, it tells you how the Creator is to be thought of. You understand? And that's key. Once you understand the character of the Creator or Yahweh, you understand? Once you understand that, then whatever you read that goes against that character or against those attributes, you got every right to be like, oh, no, that ain't the Creator. That's right. Look, that symbolizes him as being weak.
That's right.
That symbolizes him as being impotent, not omnipotent, but impotent. That means he's short-sighted if he got to come down and look at what's going on. That means he don't got eyes in every place. You see what I'm saying? So if I can share something real quick, let me know. I want to share this with y'all. Just real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
you
go ahead, Ken.
You want to share the screen, or you want to read something like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna read it off the screen though.
Okay, share the screen. Then I got to go to the restroom, so I'm gonna let you take over the show while I share the screen real quick. All right. So hold on, let me put this up here. All right.
Let me know if it's up.
Okay, there it is. All right, so I'm gonna step away for like 3 minutes.
Okay. So look right here, y'all. For y'all that don't know, we deal with the Nazarene Essene literature too, and highly controversial. A lot of people don't like the fact that it openly challenges your belief. All right. Now, right here, we got this is who we call Kepha or Shimon Kepha or Peter. You know, Peter the disciple. All right. This document here is 1st century. All right. It's actually older than your New Testament, your agreed upon New Testament. That probably made somebody spill their coffee, but we gonna go ahead and rock. All right. So it says how Elohim is to be thought of. All right. Now trip off this. I know we understand the Elohims and the plurals and all that, but trip off what Peter is saying about this, right? It says, wherefore Clement, my son. This is Peter hollering at his understudy Clement, right? Beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim than that he is the only Elohim or only God, master and father, good and righteous, the creator. Do y'all see this? That right there says the creator. This is how you're supposed to be thinking about if we are worshiping God coming from a biblical perspective, then we got to understand and okay, well, we need to be talking about the creator. That's what we're talking about. So Peter is making a clear distinction. All right. Master and father, good and righteous, the who? Creator, long-suffering, merciful, the sustainer, the benefactor, ordaining love of men, counseling purity, immortal and making immortal, incomparable, dwelling in the souls of the good, who cannot be contained and yet is contained within the heart, who has fixed the great world as a center in space, who has spread out the skies and solidified the land, who has stored up the water, who has disposed of stars in the sky, who has made the fountains flow in the earth, has produced faults, has raised up mountains, has set bounds to the sea, has ordered winds and blasts, who by the spirit of counsel has kept safely the body comprehended in the boundless sea. So Peter's letting it be known that, look, beware. Do not be thinking of the creator as if he's limited. Okay? He's the only master, father, good and righteous, the creator. All right. Now, as a people, y'all, we've been having that as a problem because we're not distinguishing or differentiating between the creator and the false gods and deities who have crept into our scriptures, unbeknownst to a lot of people, because we see Lord and God and say, oh, that must be the creator. You understand? But here we got Peter right here letting it be known. Do not think of the creator other than righteousness, good, long-suffering, master, father, righteous, immortal, and making immortal. You understand? So we as Israelites got to make sure that we are thinking about the creator in all righteousness, all power, not limited. Let me stop the screen. Not limited. You understand? Not weak. Not like I got to come down and see what's going on. I made a mistake. We'll trip off this. The Most High could do all this except deliver the children of Judah because the Canaanites had chariots of iron. You see what I'm saying? So when we start looking at certain stories, once we understand the character of the Creator and start re-examining certain biblical stories, then guess what you're going to find out? You understand? There are attributes about the false deities written about the Creator right in the Bible. You understand? So you got to learn to differentiate between the Creator and the false deities. And I would say, just as your family, as your brother, start with the teachings of Messiah. Start there. Because he clearly taught something different than what the scribes, the elders, the Pharisees, the Sadducees. Start there, and you'll start seeing the differentiation. All right. When Messiah said, "You of your father the devil, and the lust of your father he will do," he was a murderer from the beginning and a bold not in the truth. And when he speaketh of a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is the father of it. So Messiah, Yahshua, taught a different instruction and understanding than what was received in his day. You understand? That's all I want to share, my brother.
No, stay right there. Stay right there. Brother, I accidentally kicked you from the room. I was trying to remove your screen, so I accidentally kicked you from the room. So please come back. They're going to put the link back in the room if you can't remember it. If anybody else know how to put it back in there, put it back in there, because I want you to do this type of stuff. So Sham, we're going to put the link back in the room, and one of my moderators, she left to put the link back in the room. But yeah, that was great. So I'm still trying to get. Oh, you missed a lot, Neff. Need to come on here because the brothers. I actually got Vortex teacher on here, from my understanding. You know, so it was a good dialogue.
So that's all I just wanted to share, brother. Is just the fact that as Israelites, we got to start differentiating between the Creator and these gods, because we all know that a lot of culture dealing with Canaan, dealing with Egypt, and dealing with Babylon got amalgamated into what we know as the Hebrew culture. We all know that. Everything from the language to the sacrifices, a lot. You understand? So just be careful of attributing evil to the Creator. You understand? Because you'll get that. You dig? Like that. I good and evil. Should there be evil in the city and the Lord ain't done it? And you start thinking these is Creator, and it's not. It's attributes of the false deities, and people are assuming that's the Most High. You understand? And Messiah, what we call Yahweh or Yahshua, he clearly taught the difference. He clearly taught the difference between the Creator and the false deities and gods. I would challenge our brothers and sisters to get back with his teachings, and you'll see a lot of times he taught different than what was received and written down by the scribes of his day. That's all I wanted to say, Aki.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. You know, your wisdom is always needed and appreciated over here. You know, and everybody, please, y'all already know Malachi, man. Go subscribe to the channel. I'm letting the brother back on, but before we let anybody else speak, I'm gonna let my dear brother Vortex speak. Neptali, champ, you come in the room. Vortex, holler at me.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, brother.
Man, peace to the brother Selah Shalom. I think we had a little build some years ago, and I'm glad to hear the brothers talking about this, because I think y'all can probably hear what I've been telling y'all for years now. And the other day I was having a conversation with you and Naphtali, trying to tell you that God didn't have a penis. God wasn't a man. Y'all seem to think God uses the bathroom and plays basketball.
Hold on. Vortex. I know you're being funny.
Brother.
Vortex. No. Vortex. Hold on. See, this is the difference, Vortex. Here's the difference, bro. I know you. No. I know you being funny, and that's good.
Nah, that's what you said, brother.
Saying, God using the penis and all that stuff. And stop it. Go ahead, bro. Stop.
All right. And I told y'all, and I agree with the brothers in a lot of ways until they start getting into the Israel stuff. And I told y'all the Gnostics were the true Christians. That's why the Catholic Church stomped them out. I told y'all I was the New Testament Mr. Christmas. I told y'all Jesus never talked about that God in the Old Testament, the demiurge. I told y'all that God is a force, a force that doesn't respect person, meaning that it's a neutral force, bro. And it doesn't have a favorite ice cream, a favorite people. It's not a real estate agent. You know what I'm saying? It's omnipresent, permeates through everything. So I agree And I'm glad, even though I have some discrepancies, you know what I'm saying? Because Christ never used that name, that demiurge name, YHWH. That's the name of the false god. That's the only way I would really disagree, you know, beside other nuances. But I'm glad that I told y'all you got to be able to make a difference between the politics that was put in the Bible, the human part. There's still divine truths, but it's been edited, and a lot of things was done in the name of God. And they said, and I told y'all, be careful when people say God said this, and y'all, whenever y'all see those words, you get all finicky and loosey goosey because it said, and the Lord said. But who's the Lord right there? And I told that's not the true God. The true God is all love, all good, never ordered a war.
That's right.
You know, none of that. The true creator can't even look upon stuff like that. And that's what I be trying to tell y'all. So you're worshiping the devil and not knowing it.
Actual facts.
So peace to the brothers, man.
Let me intervene just real quick, and I want the brother to come back in. I kind of think that you misrepresenting how we see things on this end, because we don't look at it that way, man. We know how the Bible is written, right? When it say God and Lord and all that, and you know, because from what I understand, we're only supposed to say the name. You know what I mean? So I get you on that part, but let me go into this before I let the brother go in. What is it that you disagree with the brothers on, man? Because I like to hear what is it that you disagree with. No, don't come with all the love and shit. Don't come with all the love. I want to know what you disagree with.
Well, you know, I think me and Selah had this discussion like 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if he remember, but they still talking about Israel or God has a chosen people. And I think that's crazy to, you know, because now you going right back and you're making God a racist. You know what I'm saying? With all this Israel's, God don't have no chosen people. God doesn't have a favorite ice cream, and he's not rooting for the Lakers and causing somebody to get an ankle injury so the Lakers can win. It's not a respecter of person. It's fixed laws that govern the universe. And anybody that comes in alignment with those laws are God's chosen people.
That's what we preach. That's what we teach.
That's what we preach. Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
okay, yeah, that's what we preach.
To be the chosen, you must first choose the creator.
You gotta choose.
You gotta choose.
Okay, then.
It ain't
So
good,
are you gonna choose the to use your term, God? Are you gonna choose the God? Which one is actually the creator? Are you gonna choose the God who says, "Thou shalt not kill," or are you gonna choose the God who says, "Smite Amalek utterly"? Which one of those are truly the Most High?
Right. So that's cool, but I heard you still saying Israel, so I don't know what your position is on that. And also like that, and I told them the creator is not a God. I told y'all that the creator is not a God at all. So yeah, I'm happy to hear these brothers, man, and please listen and take heed, man, so y'all can come out of the religion indoctrinated and know the difference between political. There's the wicked priests put political agendas in that book. When you hear somebody tell them, go destroy those people because they want their land, that can't be God. He can create a whole nother land and put you on it. Why you gonna go murder and commit genocide on some people?
Well, let me play devil's advocate again. This for all you brothers. Let me play devil's advocate again. This for all you brothers. Now we gotta be very mindful because I'm a great listener. Because you're talking about what's up and what's below. It's the same with governments and this and the third. And then Vortex, you say, and your brothers kind of agree with it. So now we got me a little puzzle here. You say, well, God says, "Thou shalt not kill." Then it says, "Utterly destroy." Now,
well, you gotta learn that two different entities spoke.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish, though. Let me finish. So when you say, see, what God do you serve? Right? Because one saying utterly destroy and one saying kill. Well, if you read the whole book, right? When you read Nehemiah 4:14, he says, he says, fight for your people, right? Because he talks about he's a God of vengeance. He's a God of that. He said he's a God that does all things. So you can't put him in a box, because just like you guys reading from that book, and some would say getting maybe a higher understanding or an understanding that we may need, I don't think you can put him in the book and say God walking around with cotton candy and roses, right? Because like you say, what's up and what's above is the same. So he does all things. So to say which God do you serve, I serve not a God, I serve the creator, but the one that does all things, right? Because he makes alive and he does kill. So I just want to interject that.
Yeah, let me say this to that. The reason why the creator does all things is because the spirit of creator is omnipresent. So anything that's alive has the spirit of the creator in it. But when we talk about the nature of the creator, I think Jesus revealed that to you. Now, I have a problem with the word serve because I don't believe the creator is a slaver. But when you come in alignment with the creator, you become the embodiment of the creator, just like Jesus. And you carry out the will of goodness. Nobody has to serve nothing. He's not a slaver. We're here, when you become an embodiment of the creator, you serve others. That's the service.
Right.
Correct. Service done to others.
Vortex, I'm gonna add on to that too, to what Vortex was saying, is that a lot of people misunderstand that we are dual beings. When we were created in the creator's likeness, we are both creator and destroyer. We are both dark and light. That's very objective. We just got to choose which one we want to carry out in this journey. So we got that free will there. The only thing about free will is whatever you choose, you reap what you sow. There's consequences to whatever you choose to do.
Okay, well, let me stop you just for a second, my dear brother. And I respect and love all, but the champion stepped in the house. So I will ask you, brothers, right? Because we do have academic debate league. Get a champion a hand. Get a champion a hand. Come on, brothers, get a champion a hand. They don't want to get a hand. Right. So right, get a champion a hand. So sis, sis, what you got to say? What you got to say? Brothers here.
You have to make things so uncomfortable, don't you?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say shalom. I apologize. I've been at the park all day, so I really don't know what the conversation was about. But I wanted to say shalom to the brothers on the panel. And what was the topic about? I hate that I missed it.
The topic is the title of the video.
Yeah, it's a breakdown of the I did a breakdown of the title and ranks of angels and a breakdown of the heavenly kingdom using the Oahspe Bible and differentiating the creator from the angels governing the kingdom. So, whenever you get a chance, you can go back and rewatch toward the beginning and see the layout to give a presentation on the slide.
I sure would, because when you say the ranks of the angels, are you like literal angels, like angels? Or are you trying to say like son of man and son of God, literal man?
I'm talking about angels, like ancestors. Those when you cross over in spirit, like angels, like in that manner.
Like what?
Yes, angels. Like angels, like angelical beings, not flesh and blood, but celestial.
Some people don't believe in angels. That's what I was just asking. Some people say don't believe in the celestial beings. That's what I was.
I just gave a whole breakdown of the celestial side. So you got people who don't believe in it, but for us, it makes sense because it's a system that we can correlate to on Earth and see the semblance to it. So it gives a lot of good context.
I believe in actual celestial angels as well. So do you believe in like the fallen angels? Do you guys believe in that?
Yeah, like the breakdown I broke down, it's a part where it talks about the grades and the rates of mortals and angels. And these grades are based off your service done unto others. So the higher your grade is the more you do righteousness and good works done unto others. But then you have those that are below the grades who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who seek to do crime and destruction and war. And those will be considered your fallen angels who practice those behaviors.
Okay, so you don't believe that, like, Book of Enoch, fallen angels? Were you speaking on that too, or no?
Well, nah, because I got the Book of Enoch and I'm well familiar with it. But like from the Oahspe Bible, it has a whole nother system set up, another spiritual system where it's basically based off your actions more than anything, as far as like if you're going to involve in war and destruction or you're going to involve in peace, love, and righteousness. So a fallen angel will be one who was more involved in the wickedness and things of that nature.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I gotta definitely tune into this conversation, to this lesson. I don't know too much. I don't know anything about that book. So yeah, definitely. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hey, I have a question for Selah Shalom.
Say it again.
Hey, Malachi, can you remove your share screen out the room for me?
Real quick. I'm familiar with the Oahspe, and I think while I don't agree, it makes a lot more sense. Can you break down who Shem, Ham, and Japheth was from the Oahspe point of view? Because it makes a lot more sense, you know, because I be telling people you can't get everybody on the earth from 3 men. That's just stupid. So talk about it.
I ain't gonna lie, that really requires a whole another lesson because the Oahspe is so vast. Let me just give, for those who don't know, I'll give you a synopsis, but you know, this is a thick book. You know what I mean? It's very vast. And
well, from what I know, it was groups, right? Shem, Ham, and Japheth in Oahspe represented 3 groups of people, not like 3 men, right?
Yeah, let me clear it up first by saying that the Oahspe gives you a timetable of prophecy. It gives you a timeline. So in these timelines, they're broken down in a 3,000-year period. So you have from the creation of man to our present time where we're at, there's increments of 3,000-year periods. So you have a time tracker. So it'll read the first arc cycle after the creation of mortals, the second arc cycle after the creation of mortals. Now that we know that's 6,000 years because it's based off of 3,000-year periods. So now, and each arc cycle has a name. So you have the arc of such and such, and that's 3,000 years. The next arc cycle will be the arc of such, just like the arc of spring, the arc of summer, the arc of fall, the arc of winter. So from the creation of mortals to where we're at presently, according to the Oahspe, we have traveled through 24 arc cycles. That'll give us a total of 72,000 years. Now, according to the Oahspe, when the earth entered the 17th arc cycle after the creation of man, called the Ark of Noah. So the term Noah in the Oahspe is not referring to a man, but a cosmological time period. And it was during this time period that the sunking of the continent called Pan, which took place in the Pacific Ocean, and the remnants of the continent of Pan is what they call the Ring of Fire along the Pacific Ocean. Now in the Oahspe, in the book of F.O.P.E, it breaks down and explains the sinking of the continent of Pan. So from the creation of man, from the first arc cycle to the 17th, that's 48,000 years. And from the 17th arc cycle to where we're at in the 25th, that's 24,000 years. So Oahspe gives us a time chart based off of 3,000-year periods that we're able to track the historical timeline of man. So when the earth came to the 17th arc cycle, it was called the Ark of Noah. And then the commandment came from the creator through the Etherian angel that there was a decree to sink the continent of Pan because man had descended low in the grades. Man had basically become barbaric on this continent in the Pacific Ocean. Some people call it Lemuria Mu, but in the Oahspe they call it Pan, P-A-N. So they sunk the continent, and the survivors that survived this continent was 12,420 people according to the text. And these 12,420 people were divided into fleets of groups and were commanded to build ships. 138 ships they was commanded to build from the creator. And these ships were divided into 4 fleets. And these 4 fleets of 90 souls to each ship were divided up and called Shem, Ham, Japheth, Yesta. So the name of the fleets of congregated ships was called Shem, Ham, and there was 34 ships to each fleet. So after the waters receded from the flood, the 34 fleets of Shem landed in India. The 34 sheets of Ham landed in Africa. The 34 sheets of Japheth landed in China. The 34 fleets of Gautama landed in Central America, and there was 2 fleets that landed in Japan. And they said that Japan is a relic of the continent of Pan. That's where they cliffed. That's a surviving piece of the continent of Pan is Japan, according to the Oahspe. So that's the theological breakdown from the Oahspe standpoint, dealing with the flood, and the survival. It was 12,420 people that survived the flood, and it was commanded to build 138 ships. So when you read the story, it'll challenge your narrative of what you know from the Bible, because we've been taught Noah was a man, he had 3 sons, and boom, bam, boom. But the crazy thing about it in the Oahspe, it gives you that narrative too. But that narrative was scribed and orchestrated by a false god later on in the tale. So in the Oahspe, it gives you the actual event of the flood in the Ark of Noah, the sinking of the continent of Pan, and then it gives you later on what we have in the Bible, the false account of the flood of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So for those who don't know the Oahspe, I know that'll sound challenging, and it'll sound like, okay, you know, like I got to choose a choice. But when you read the text and cross-referencing, you can better make the assessment and the adjustment. Because like I said, I've been invested in this book over a decade, and I know the Bible. So when you weigh the two and that which makes sense in the layout, you know within yourself within which one is making more sense.
Okay, let's let Cosmo get in there. I see Malachi wants to say something. I know everybody wants to say something on that. And Cosmo, don't let me forget, because you're supposed to be doing the class, bro. So he's going to do something also, if I'm not mistaken. And then you come back to the other lesson. Oracle, I saw you was laughing about the 48,000 something years. He said, so come in the room. The link is in the room. Malachi, anybody want to speak on what the brother
I got
said?
time charts too. I got charts to show that the time, like.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Malachi.
All right. Well, look. I know the time period sounds so crazy and extravagant dealing with us as Israelites, because we claim we follow the Hebrew calendar. You know what I mean? The Hebrew calendar is lunar and solar. All right. We all argue about when the new moon is, how you set the dates and all that, but don't nobody ever want to deal with every calendar has a time on it. Every calendar has a year on it. So based off the Hebrew calendar, based off the Hebrew chronologists, what year is it? And once you realize, according to the Hebrew chronology and the scholars, it ain't even been 6,000 years since the creation of the world. That's why when a brother tell you, the flood went down 24,000 years ago in the Pacific Ocean, and if you want to look at something in real time, Google the Ring of Fire right now. If you think he mumble mouthing, Google the Ring of Fire right now, and then what's gonna blow you? Look, that's a sunken continent. That's something in real time you can see right now. It's called the Ring of Fire. It's in the Pacific Ocean.
The floor of the Pacific. The floor of the Pacific.
So what I'm saying is, it sounds crazy, because when it's time to put time on something, you dig? We gotta realize as Israelites that, look, the calendar that we dealing with, y'all, ain't even 6,000 years. It's the year 5782, according to the Hebrew calendar. 5,782 years since the world, not even since Adam.
Hey, let's do this.
Next couple of days. Then it's going to be the year 5783. All right, so y'all, if we're not even going back 6,000 years since the world was created, any type of world history that's documented before that, we don't have an answer for. It's telling you the world wasn't created. That's according to the Hebrew scholars and chronologists. Now, we got other brothers that deal with Hebrew cosmogenesis. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew. You dig? But trip out this. Mighty Hebrew will tell you millions of years. Billion, you'll hear millions, billions, and trillions coming from him. You will. This ain't no shot at the brother. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fact.
You know, he does do that. You're right.
Look,
Hey,
look, this is not a shot at Charlandine. You know, I got nothing but love for him. I'm saying he ain't got no problem getting on her and telling you trillions of years, billions of years.
The Sumerian
millions
kings
you see what I'm saying? So, and that sounds crazy to a lot of us because we not realizing, y'all, look, when it comes to the chronology of world history, the Hebrew scholars are saying it ain't even been 6,000 years.
And that's ridiculous.
That's very ridiculous. And that's all I had to say. And that's why when Selah tell you that 24,000 years ago, that flood y'all
right, real
about,
quick,
let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in real quick. We don't want to shake up nobody. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? We don't want to shake up nobody's faith. That's not what this is about. It's about just getting some understanding. If you don't believe it, then, you know, shut them down or don't listen to it. You know what I mean? Right. I believe in the Bible. I'm going to look at some of this, you know, but before you go into, I got your screen. Before you go into that, Natal, you said you had a few questions. And also the sister Oracle said, you know what is his name? But they say they don't believe in the son, if I'm not mistaken. But I know in Proverbs it said, what is his name and his son name if thou can tell? You know, so I don't know if y'all
heard Quanaf. You done heard the whole time the creator said that God his son. It's all right in the presentation Selah did. He kept saying God, the son of creator, or creator said to his son God.
Right. I'm just being devil advocate right now just because people won't come on in.
No, this is a great build, I must say.
Right. Go ahead, Natal. You say you had a few questions, and then I'll let the brother go into. Let her ask you a question, then I'll let you go into say what you want to say about the screen. Go ahead, Natal.
I would just show basically, not to cut the sense. I just wanted to show some of the charts. Like, we got illustrations and time periods charted out just to let you know, like, you know what I mean? When we talk about these time periods, we do have them charted out on illustration. But you can take my screen off. I just wanted to show that. That's all.
No, you can remove it. Move it yourself and take it out the room.
All right, cool.
There we go. Go ahead, sis. You want to ask a question?
Yeah, was they going to show their charts, or were they done, or?
Yeah, they done. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Cool. All right, so this is the first time I've heard of this Oahspe Bible, and when you had said that the devil is two gods, I'm sorry, so it was two gods.
I think she's talking to you when you referenced that, Cosmo.
Yeah, I was simplifying things for all the people who can't comprehend that there is something greater than God, that there is a creator of gods, the all. You dig what I'm saying? And there just like in the Bible, it said, "Ye are gods." So there are multiple gods. The Bible admits that off the top. The difference is, or the purpose is, to learn to differentiate between the two. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
and by that, the true God works for the creator. He works for Yahweh, the creator, who is above all, outside of all, the author of life, the source of all truth and light. He makes gods. God is a rank, a title, a position given to an angel, a one-time living, breathing man. No different than you and I. We will die one day. We will raise up through the heavenly ranks. We're going to get to a rank called Lord. Then we're going to raise up some more. And we're going to get to a rank called Lord God. And then we're going to raise up some more. And we're going to get to a rank called God. Either way, all these are ranks, titles, positions given to angels who are one-time mortals. You must, and also, I never got this out, but let me get this out. True God, who was a man, he is the brother, not the father. And true God never ever asked for praise. None of them.
Hey, can I ask you a question
Ever.
real quick? And Neptali, hold on. Neptali, I want her to ask her questions, and let's keep so we can get a good bill. So I gotta ask this question because when you talk about we're God, and somebody put this in, well, we're die like men, but it said we're gods, and it had a small g, and we know it's just a title. So when they say we are gods, small g, we know it's a title. So we have to look at what aspects are we God in that title, right? So, and my question is, have you read the whole King James Bible? Because only being devil's advocate, some of the stuff that you're throwing at me, it's real easy for somebody to say, well, you say we gods, but when we read the Bible, that's a small g. Then they say, well, we had died like men, so.
Well, there is, just to go on and finish what you're saying, because Vortex, I agree with you. There is also a truthism that's said in this world, as gods, as men. What we're revealing to you and what's being revealed through Oahspe is that all gods are one-time men. They're deities. Deified men.
It's called ascension.
None of them are the creator, whether they're a true God or false God, whether they're the true Lord or the false Lord. They are all one-time men and are not to be praised. For instance, to get very clear.
Can I ask the whole panel and try to be short with your answer? What is the definition of God to you? Hold
on. Can I answer this first? Let me go off and answer it. Let me look. We go by the text over here. We don't just mumble mouth and bumble. And you dig what I'm talking about? Spout our opinion about what we think is going on. Let's go into the book of Safa. This is called the book of the tongue, the book of the mouth. Safa. It's clear. It's clear in Oahspe. We ain't confused over here. It says, who is God? That is the question. The answer is a spirit with a heavenly throne, believed by people in darkness to be the creator of all things. A familiar spirits have oft called themselves God and so taught mortals. But let me go further.
But no, before you go, wait a minute. Before you go further, because you said a lot, and I'm gonna allow you to finish, but you said a lot in that. So when you said God is spiritual, that people believe that's in darkness. So is it a spirit for real, or something people believe that don't have understanding? In other words, are you saying that it's not a spirit?
No, what I'm saying, a spirit is synonymous with angel. They are synonyms. You have a physical body and a spiritual body. When your spiritual body, or when your physical body dies, your spiritual body is birthed. You are an angel. They are synonyms. So God is a spirit, a one-time living, breathing man who lived on a planet. He died. He had some kids. He died. He went through the first resurrection, the second resurrection, the third resurrection, and went into the Etherian heavens, raised to a rank, a title, a position. This is true God. But then you have lower entities, spirits, who assume titles like God, like Lord God, and have changed doctrines and taken the Creator's name out of it, taken Yahweh's name out of it, and replaced it with Lord and God, and indoctrinated people into believing that God is the Creator.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Because you said something, the two brothers that didn't speak on, but I'm allowed them to answer the same question. You said they took out and then used the name you actually called the name.
Hey, real quick, I have the deck mute up.
Hold on. Can y'all, somebody mute their phone in the background, please?
Ben Zadek, Madon, have him mute up.
Yeah, please mute up.
Hey, Cal, do you think it's an appropriate time to answer this with Book of Discipline, chapter 1?
Oh Lord, that's the taker, because there ain't no other book in the world. No other book in the world. No, listen, Oahspe the coldest. And first of all, and look, what you got to understand is Oahspe is being brought to you by real street dudes.
Let me go back. Wait a minute,
you
brother.
dig what I'm talking about? We not no punk.
I hear you, but you guys.
I think they need to hear. I think they need to hear. I think they need to hear this real quick, man.
It's the only book where God explains who He is and what He does and what He does today.
Okay.
I think y'all need to hear this. It's just.
And I want you to read it. I want you to read it, but it's something the brother said, and I hear you, bro. I hear the passion, right? But you have to allow me. We have to go back and forth. So I asked a question, right? And I'm kind of getting lost what my question was. The question is,
you said, what is God to us?
Yeah, you asked, who is God?
Or what is God?
You asking for us to give you a subjective. Go ahead. That's okay. So with the question, what you asking, who is God to us? You're asking us to give a subjective opinion
definition
on what we think God is, or who we think God is. We to Kyle's point, we can give you out of the book. We can give you out of the object objectively what God is.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. All right. Book of Discipline, chapter 1. I'm only going to go up to 6, 1 to 6. This is the word from the organic heaven. Hear the words of your God, oh man. Check this out. I am your brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. Profit in my wisdom and be admonished by my love. For as I am your elder brother, check this out. Here's your destiny. So shall it be with you to rise also in time to come. He did not say he was the father. He did not say praise him. He did not say go kill people for the land. Okay. So shall it be with you to rise also in time to come, and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. There you go. Uplift. You got to uplift others. Righteous work. That's the service of Jehovah. To Jehovah, all adoration and glory forever. Amen. Let's go.
This is true God speaking.
Motion. This is true God talking. All life, motion, power, and things seen and unseen are by and through him. Neither is there, check this out. Here it is. Back to the angel part. Neither is there an angel in heaven so high, nor sufficiently wise to comprehend Jehovah in his entirety. So back when the elder was asking, so what is this force that creates this vortex? The highest gods of 1,000,000 years of wisdom still can't comprehend it.
Facts.
Nor sufficiently wise to comprehend Jehovah in his entirety, nor to see him as you see your fellow man. I'm going to read that one more time. Nor to see him as you see your fellow man. He is not a man on the throne. You don't see him like a man like you and me. It's ever present. It's everywhere. One man only occupy one space. Ever present occupy everything.
So that's one thing about the Oahspe from beginning to end. It's confirming that Yahuwah is described as the ever-present. It's never classified as incarnating into a deity or a god, and he's angry and jealous throughout the whole Oahspe from beginning to end. Yahuwah is ever-present creator, and he doesn't engage in warfare. He doesn't participate in evil practice. All those are inspired by the false gods when they set up heavenly kingdoms for themselves and start their crusade of collecting souls through their doctrine.
I'm gonna finish up with this. I'm sorry. Let me finish up with this. Let me just make it clear. Let's finish up with this one right quick. I'm gonna hit the 14. Just what Selah Shalom was just saying. Watch this. Hear your God, oh man. Watch this. And distinguish then that the two, God and Jehovah, are not the same one. Nor is your God more than what you shall be in time to come. That's out of the mouth. That's out of the mouth of the mule right there, baby.
All right, go ahead, Charlie, and I'm gonna let Ben speak. Ben just come on. So thanhanks for that. That was great. I got it. Now I know what you're talking about. I just want to know where you was coming from. I'm gonna get this book. Go ahead, Charlie, and then Ben.
I just want to make sure I heard things correctly. So you had mentioned that about Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You had said that in that you said that was another God that had said that set that up.
Well, according to the Oahspe, every 3,000 years, you have ranking angels, and you have what they call Etherian angels and archangels, and these angels come every 3,000 years. Matter of fact, let me read it so you can see how the book read, and then you can get a better assessment that way. So let me just read about these cycles real quick so you get an idea. All right, so check it. For example, and I went through this in the when you go back and watch the presentation, but just for reference. So this is in the book of Synopsis of 16 Cycles, chapter 1. It states, first, the earth plieth in a circuit around the sun, which circuit is divided into 4 arcs called spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Second, the sun with his family plieth in a large circuit, which is divided into 1,600 arc cycles, or arcs, the distance of which for each arc is about 3,000 years, or 1 cycle. Verse 3, during a cycle, the earth and her heavens fall under the Etherian regions of hundreds of Etherian worlds, where dwell Yahweh's high-raised angels, whose chiefs have to do with the management of worlds. Verse 4, during the time of a cycle, the earth is therefore under the control and management of such of Yahweh's angels for the resurrection of man on the earth. Verse 5, now here's a context of placing the arc cycles with an archangel. Verse 5, this is like when I was showing those charts earlier, this is where this will come in at. At the time of the creation of man, the earth was traveling in the arc of Wan, where dwelt thousands of Orion chiefs with thousands of millions of high-raised angels. The holy council of Orion chiefs, through the wisdom and voice of Yahuwah, appointed one of their number, Sethantes, to take charge of the earth and to people it with immortal beings during the travel in the Ark of Wan. And the rank and title of Sethantes thus was raised up by Yahuwah, creator of worlds, was first God of the earth and her heavens. And Sethantes came with millions of angels who had been raised up from other worlds previously, and he accomplished his work and was known as God. So here the Oahspe states that Sethantes was then the first God of the earth and her heavens, and his place was within the Ark of Wan. Now, when I showed the illustrations earlier, I showed you from Arc Cycle 1 all the way to the 25th Arc Cycle, where we're presently at. So right there is setting the measurements of the 3,000-year periods based off these arc cycles. So it says the Ark of Wan was the first arc cycle after the creation of man, and the Etherian angel that ruled was named Sethantes. So for each arc cycle of 3,000 years, there are angels that come and rule, and based off where man is at, it'll determine what they will be needed for their progression. So if man is rubbing sticks and stones, when the angels come, like, they rubbing sticks and stones, we're going to progress into where we're going to tell them how to mold, build images and carve stones and build rocks and become mason builders. And then from mason builders, next 3,000 years, we're going to teach them about electricity. And then now we're in the car age. So according to the progression of man, so shall the education and inventions and technologies be discovered to man according to his growth. Like from a child coming from 1, 2, 3, coming up in his years, and his development is based off his growth, and his education is based off his growth as well.
Yeah, Charlie, go ahead, and then Ben.
Okay,
Can I add something to that real quick?
But wait a minute, let Natalie get her. Go ahead, Natalie.
Okay, and thank you for breaking that down for me, because I got an understanding. But so you said there's different arc cycles with the angels, but my thing is that when you're determining what is the determining factor to put down one book and help uphold another book?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Can I finish? I just want to finish my statement.
I'm sorry. I thought you was.
No, you're good. You're good. So my thing is like you know what I'm saying? So like we got the Bible, right? And the Most High said he's going to preserve his word within the scripture. So my question to you is that with this Oahspe Bible, you're saying that, we need to ignore this part but uphold this part. So I'm trying to understand what logic or what reasoning do we have to give us the authority to, put one book, deem one lesser and greater than the other.
Great question. Now, something to answer that will come with time invested. I read the Oahspe over a decade. That's over 10 years. So, and I knew the Bible hook, line, and sinker even before that. So my approach is coming from an invested time of research and then cross-referencing which makes sense, which don't make sense, time periods, and things of that nature. So over the course of time, studying the book is where I come to find out that this has more merit concerning the purpose of our existence, where we're going, differentiating the creator, understanding the spiritual progression of life after death from the earth plane to the atmospheric plane and then to the etheric plane. So it's very insightful. And then it goes into some of the prophets that we're familiar with, some prophets that we're not familiar with in other countries. They got Confucius in there, Buddha, Yeshua, some prophets we're not familiar with. It got Zarathustra in there. So it contains a vast amount of history globally. And then it shows you the systematic order and synchronization of how the creator used these prophets in different countries unknowingly or unbeknownst to the others until later years.
Let me interrupt real quick.
We thought Abraham was over here doing this. There was another guy in India doing a similar act. So it's very insightful and descriptive and detailed. And through the time of investing the reading, you will know for yourself which one holds the weight. So I can't make the decision for the person.
Let me interrupt this for a second, brother. Let me interrupt this for a second. Yeah. And my apologies was the Bible said never interrupt a man in the midst of a speech, but we having a conversation now. But I got your answer on that and let you speak, Ben. That's how if you want to ask it different. To me, she just asking point blank, why should we put, are you saying we should put one down, pick up the other, or read both? Because the scripture said
that's a subjective choice. That's a subjective choice because that's something that you will have to discern within yourself. I got over 10 years in the book, so I'm speaking from my personal experience. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And all the brothers like Cosmon, Daryl Cosmon, and some of the other faiths, they've invested in the time as well. So it's a personal decision. Now, if I had to choose a book, of course I'm gonna go with the Oahspe. And if I'm sure if you read it from beginning to end, you'll see where we're coming from. But I can't make that choice for you. And this is where the debate's coming at. If you go back and look at my previous debates, we debated. The topic was what is the difference between God and Lord, according to the chapter and verses of the Bible and the chapter and verses of the Oahspe. If you go back and watch that debate, you will see for yourself the way the book reads in cross comparison to scriptures when it comes to clarity about these subject matters. You see what I'm saying?
Now, Charles, you want to finish up enough? You want to one more to let the brother go in, Ben, and then I think Vortex had to say something.
Okay.
No, yeah, I'm gonna fall back. It sounds like it sounds like you gotta read it and get a feel of it for yourself. I feel like it's some form of like a philosophy a little bit there, but it's okay. All right, I'll fall back.
Ben, and then
I just want to chime in for like 30 seconds.
I want to let Ben. He's been waiting very patiently, and then
go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben. Oh, bro. Morgan, I don't have my glasses on. I can't really see. I know I see Ben.
Ben Zadek Magan, son of righteous, the shield. Where you at, Ot?
His mic is muted.
Oh, you on mute. We can't hear you. There we go. You on mute. Unmute yourself.
Hey, shalom, mishpacha, Akim, Chaot. I'm just listening because it's very insightful, and I'm not forming any opinions as yet. I have to do what the brother said. I got to investigate. But I'm trying to open a document that Zion Lex recently broke down Noah's flood, and he by the way of the Hebraic gematria and the language, the Hebraic thought and the depths of it. And a lot of it comes similar to what you just read from, what's the name of that book?
The Oahspe.
And for some reason, I cannot open the information that I composed about that because I wanted to share it just to see how it match up.
Right.
But one of the things he said was that the ark, Teba, right? That's the name. That's the word, right, for ark in Hebrew, correct?
I ain't a linguist.
Okay, but I think the word in Hebrew for ark is Teba, and when he broke down the word, he said the word is related to the word tabon, which means word, but in the sense of to build, to like a redemptive. It was like a redemptive period, a regeneration per se. So there was a specific teaching that went out to bring man back to a certain level of consciousness because of the degeneracy that exists. But I can't open the document right now. So like I'm saying, I'm listening. The other point I would like to ask a question just for clarity because I just tuned in. Earlier you said that Yahweh is existence, right?
Right.
Means existence, right? Did you say that?
Well, as far as what the creator, we refer to Yahweh as the creator, and then we
Yes,
describe
correct.
Yahweh. Right.
And in the book that you're reading from, that's how the Yahweh is described as existence.
Yeah, he's described as everywhere present, and as a comparison to something in creation that we could identify that's everywhere present is the air, the ruach, the space.
Right.
See what I'm
So
saying?
are you saying that the Torah or the Tanakh does not convey that same idea?
No, because when you start off with Barashit bara Elohim, and as I broke down in my lecture, when we look at the Strong's Concordance for Elohim, it brings us to 430. And it has several classifications that is associated with Elohim. One is angels, one is deity, and another is idol, all classified with the title Elohim. And all those are objects, basically
All right.
men.
All right. Now, what I would interject into that, when Zion Lex recently again broke down Bereshit bara Elohim, and within the context of the Hebraic language, he says that Barashit means with beginnings, not talking about the beginnings of the sun, moon, and star per se. He said the word bara, the way the nikudotes are placed under the word, the aleph in bara represent he as in Yahweh. So it would read Barashit bara, with beginnings, he create Elohim, which means Elohims are created objects. And I would go on to say the elements of nature, the Malakim, etc., etc. Right? So he's saying, from a Hebraic standpoint, that's what is conveying. It's not saying that in beginnings Elohim create the sun, moon, and star. It's saying the Aleph stands in representation of Yahweh. Because when you do a numerical breakdown of the letter Aleph, when you spell out the words and add up the numerical value of the words, the letters that spell Aleph, like when you spell Aleph or Aleph, Lam, Pe, and then you spell out the Lamed, you get 26, which is the same numerical value as Yahweh. So the Aleph in Bara would stand for Yahweh. So, and then again, and that would correlate with what you just said, because within the Hebraic thought, Elohim is an entity that is yoked to the Aleph. The Aleph is the subject. So they are yoked in a student-teacher relationship. There's hierarchies, as you mentioned, those angels, and so forth. Now, the other angle that I approach the first Barashit from is this. I just delving into the Hebraic language, I realized that the word bar also means to purify, to clean. And so when you read Barashit from a redemptive perspective, that the earth from the context that the earth was undergoing a regeneration because of the degeneracy that took place with the people, then it would make sense. So when you read Barashit, bearing in mind that bar in bara represent to purify, then it would read this wise. With beginnings, he purify Elohim et. The word et, even though it's what you call it, a definitive article, it actually has a meaning. And you find a meaning in Joel when it says that you turn your plowshares into prunux. And the word there for plowshare is etikem. But the kem is a suffix, and it means like their plowshare or your plowshare. So the Elohim et are the plowshares of creation, the created, that are bounded in a student-teacher relationship. And those that include everything you see here in creation. So those are the elements, the people, the environment, the water, everything had to go under a bar. Everything had to be purified. So with beginnings, he purified Elohim et, all of creation. And then it goes on and tell you specifically what? The sun, the heavens, Hashamayim, Wa'et, Aharetz. So in the sense that Genesis is talking about, which correlates with some of what you're saying, a purification period because of the degeneracy that took place. So it makes sense that when you read the second verse, the earth is without form or void, tohu wavohu, chaos and confusion. And then Jeremiah 4 verse 23 gives us regurgitate that same word, tohu wavohu, but he made it practical, that is relative to the state of the human consciousness and how it impact the environment in terms of the degradation, the moral degeneracy. I just wanted to add that component. That's all.
Yes, sir. Nice build, my brother. Nice build, you know.
Can I add something, Kana?
Go ahead.
Yeah, number one, our brother Zion Lex is very learned, but he's reading the dead letter. I hear a lot of linguists because there's no such thing as Hebraic thought when it comes to universal consciousness. And you're reading the book that was actually written by the coverers of truth, the Masoretes. So this is why Paul in the New Testament made a reference to the dead letter, because the letters can only point you to truth. When you're using words, it's something that happens inside of you. You know what I'm saying? So I hear a lot of people get into, according to Hebraic thought, the problem with trying to understand the creator through any culture is that it's watered down because it's filtered through the culture. The culture is what corrupts the understanding, because the universal creator doesn't have an earthly culture. He doesn't think in like a Hebrew. He doesn't think like an Arab. It doesn't think like a whatever. So, and when a lot of people say, let's go to the Hebrew that was written by the Masoretes. The Masoretes, those are the people that y'all like to refer to as false Jews. And they tried to hide the truth with their dots and letters and the way they arrange stuff. So you're not going to get no, Hebraic thought. Is Hebraic thought God thought?
No, but
so brother, what I'm trying to explain is the letters and all that's important and it does have meaning, but you cannot filter the truth of God through a culture. And a lot of people always say that. I hear people going, well, the way the Hebrews thought. Well, that's the part that is actually filtering some of the truth when we try to, because what we're trying to comprehend is actually the incomprehensible.
That's right.
And it even gets more watered down when we try to do it through our culture, which is formed on earth in many different ways. But I also wanted to talk about something when they spoke about God and And
hey, Vortex. Hey, Vortex.
I'm gonna be real quick, bro.
No, I don't want you to be quick. I don't want you to be
Okay.
quick. Because I want him to answer what you just said.
Well,
and I want you to go
before he responds, because that brother is very slow and methodical. Let me just get these two other thoughts out, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
In terms of what these brothers are saying, it's crazy because I didn't even read the book like that. And I had some of those revelations that I've been sharing people. Like in the New Testament, it says this mortal has to put on immortality. So that bears witness to what the brothers are saying in terms of ascension.
That's right.
And how, man actually become angels. And then that shows validity to what our African cultures are saying when we've called on the ancestors.
That's right.
But I also want to say that one thing we got to be careful with, because someone said, well, which book should we read? We can't make no book an idol, bro. All these books are trying to point us to truth. So read all the books.
Right.
Every one of them.
And become familiar with knowledge. Listen, as a detective, I want all the information. And that's the problem with religion. A lot of people, they kind of ignorant because they read one book. But read the Vedas, read the book of Oahspe, read the Bible, read the Quran, gather as much information as you can gather like a detective to come to a sound conclusion. No book it has it all. You know what I'm saying? Because we actually carry the information within our spirits that have been passed down.
There it go. The book is inside you.
Right.
Let the brother Ben get it. Let the brother Ben get a chance to respond, and I'll let you back in Vortex. But I'm also let Don P been on very patiently. Ben, you can respond to Don P, and then Lex, you can back.
My brother, listen. I agree with you, and I just wanted to bring some clarity that when I make reference to Hebraic thought, I'm also saying universal thought, because if you know me and listen to any information I bring forward, I always make correlation with other cosmology or construct within the continent. And I'm able to see the same ideas. Like, for instance, when I mentioned the Akan culture and certain concepts, I find the same words in Hebrew and the same meaning. And in fact, the Akan system would also shed greater light on that Hebraic concept, and the Hebraic concept would also shed some light on the Akan, but they complement, they don't clash. There is no clash. The clash, I find that there is a clash when you looking at things that comes more from the Eurocentric perspective. But when you go more Eastern, you find complement rather than contradictions, right? Another thing, because even though we say, okay, the Masoretic this and the Masoretic that, we know that we can discern. And we know that from a scientific perspective, and feel free to correct me, you have 22 letters. They said you have 22. I'm going to say they, because I ain't never did the investigation myself as a scientist. They said you have 22 amino acids. You have 22 Hebraic letters. And the letters are based on things in nature, right? So if you know the concrete object in nature that these letters are based off, you know what those things in nature represent, like Sheen represent the teeth. It doesn't matter what Nikud that the Masoretic text put under the word. I know the meaning of that letter, and I can capture the thought even without reading the Tanakh. I can then look at a word and decode it without any form of dictionary, because I know the characters. These are elements in nature, and I know their function because it's based upon function rather than what somebody tells you.
Well,
so
how
when
do
you
know that though, brother? Let me ask you that, because how do you know what the letters mean?
Hey, Vortex, please let me let Don, because Don been on here for like a half an hour longer without saying like one word. Let him. Hey Don, you know you're a regular, so I'm gonna give you a few minutes, but I want them to finish building. Go ahead.
Absolutely, cool. Can you hear me? Okay,
Don P. Don P, you got the floor, brother. Don P, you got the floor. All right, Vortex.
Yeah, like I said, it just gets a little shaky because at one point there never was a dictionary to tell us what those words or letters meant, and like the meanings. That's what I'm saying. The Masoretes had to tell you even a definition of the words. There was no dictionary. So, but besides that, the words, and letters hold energies and symbols that's trying to point you to a place. But like I said, they can only point you there. You can't get the meaning from there. So it's just like the way the ancients taught, they would lead you somewhere, but they can't make you drink. You know the old saying? So like the ultimate revelation has to come within you. The words can only lead you to lead you in a direction. My only point was a lot of people like Zion Lex, who's a very they put so much emphasis on the letters and words, and they act like that reveals the truth to them, but it only points you to the truth. That's why Paul called it the dead letter.
That's
a lot of people just read the words, but and I always compare it to 10,000 years from now, will people understand a Tupac song if they just had the words on a page? You know what I'm saying? I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is what they gonna be saying? Well, he really wasn't a killer, but he really loved sex. You know what I'm saying? But there's a whole vibration and spirit to what someone writes that you would have to tap into.
You got a strange way of putting things.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
I try to make it simple. Like if 10,000 years from now, if they listen to a lot of hip hop songs, they just had the words written, they wouldn't know what is the hood? What is bad mean? What is cool, fresh?
What is the hood?
Let me jump in real quick. Hey, look, we've been on 3 hours and 15 minutes. Let me say this because you said something and the brothers was cheering. The book I read, it tells us beware of reading many books. I can't show you, but a lot of people that watch our program.
Yeah, the devil put that in there. That's the devil put that in there.
Hold on. Only your opinion. Hold on, Don. Hold on. I'm gonna let you on right as soon as I get finished talking, Don. The book that I read tells me beware of many books, and I'll tell you why. I got 500 plus books. Shaw Sam have over 1,000, and I can tell you just my own personal experience. I was reading one time so much, I started shaking. Okay, that's just being real about it, man. You may think it's funny. I'm just being real. I was like, hold on.
That was just your programming breaking down, bro. You should have pushed through.
But no, I'm just being honest. That's what the book
tells. The book also says, study to show thyself approved.
Yeah, but wait a minute, brother.
So you're gonna have to go into many texts.
But wait a minute. I've been very polite. I didn't really cut nobody off. Let everybody go 3, 4, 5 minutes. So it does say study to show approved. Yeah, you study, but then it comes a time for rest, right? And just keep on reading books and books and books and books. That's why I started giving away books, because I'm telling you from my own personal experience, reading a lot can put some harm to you. I got you, Mally. Let me let Mally come in now, because these are new guests. I want them to come. You're regular here. Go ahead, Mally.
Hey, you know what? We got to re-examine that in Ecclesiastes, where it say of making many books there is no end. Of making many books there is no end, right? Now, when we trip off this is where we go off at. We read that, and then when we hear something that's new, like the Nazarene literature, Oahspe, Keys of Enoch, Secrets of Enoch, whatever, the Nag Hammadi text and all that, when we hear something different, our protection goes, hold on. Making many books, there is no end. Much study is weariness of the flesh, right? But trip off this. We never say this to ourselves. The Bible is not one book. It's a library of books. It's a collection of books, which means it's a library. It's 66. Well, if you add the Apocrypha, it's 80 books. And we ain't even talking about all the pseudepigrapha text and the lost books and all that. So we got to rethink what we saying or our understanding when we read that, because you already dealing with many books. If you got a bookshelf with 80 books on that sucker right now, you got a library. And every book in that library do not agree with each other. The Bible is a library. It is not a single book. It is a library. You understand? The Nag Hammadi text is a library. All right? Oahspe is a library. It's a collection of books. You see what I'm saying? So when we read these type of things, we got to reevaluate how we process that. You understand? Because check about this, Elder Q, Elder Quinop, you already read many books. If you stick with the Bible itself, nigga,
hey, yo, and check this out. Behold, I come in the volume of the book.
Yeah, Vortex.
I would argue.
Hey, go ahead, Don. Hey, y'all, let me let Don
in your DNA,
Don,
man.
Very quiet, very patient.
You are the value.
Go ahead, Don. You got the floor.
Hey, Quinop. Good evening, panel. I just, I've been listening. I jumped on when you guys launched, so I've been listening. And my question for the brothers is this: where are your manuscripts? If you know that, where were they discovered and when were they discovered?
That's a great question. Where were they discovered and
no, that's a terrible question. Bro.
Yeah, well, no, let's just answer his question. Let's just answer his question. You know what I mean? We get this stuff all the time. First of all, Oahspe is a primary source. That's first and foremost, and it is the only one of its kind. First of all, right on the cover of Oahspe, it tells you it is a spiritual guidebook. It is a guidebook to the spiritual advancement for singular people, for groups of people, and for the whole world. No other book in the world tells you how to do that. So it is.
Cosmo, he's asking manuscripts. He's asking for reference. So you got to go
I'm asking you, can you answer my question? Answer my question.
The manuscript is right here.
No.
It is a primary.
No. That's not. No. Okay, I'm asking you for the equivalent of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Don't laugh.
How about this? Oahspe is the realization of what Yeshua was teaching. Didn't he tell you the kingdom was at hand?
You're not giving me the answer to my question.
It doesn't come from a
where were they found?
Brother.
When were they found?
It doesn't come from an ancient manuscript.
First of all, Creator says he opens up his libraries of heaven.
Read that,
sir. You're not proving
anything. Read that.
You're not proving anything. You're dodging my question.
Hold on. Time out. Let me pull a little rank here. I hear both parties, and I'm not playing devil's advocate, but I do hear what I hear. He's saying, show me something tangible as far as the manuscript, like he used an example saying the Dead Sea Scrolls. He's saying, where does it come from? Can you give us the base? Just don't say, just don't say it's the original, it's the beginning, it's the end.
Right.
Show us. I didn't say
you know, now, Cosmo, let me say something real quick. Read that about, you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about how we talking about libraries and the earth.
Hold on, yo, Malachi, let me just clear this up real quick. Because the brother's asking a direct question, so we don't want to beat around the bush. The Oahspe, there is no
noise in the background. Sorry, can somebody please mute up? I hear a lot of noise in the background. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
There is no manuscript to Oahspe. When you read the biography of the author, he gives you an explanation of how the information came about. It came through automatic writing. The information was channeled. So now that's a controversial subject in itself. Because I understand where you're coming from. We want to see references. We want to see ancient manuscripts, Dead Sea Scrolls, and things of that nature. So when I came across the book and I realized that the book is not referenced in that manner, but it was channeled through automatic writing, now I had to take a different approach. Because now I'm dealing with something that doesn't have an archaeological record, but this book is claiming things that is in archaeological history. So the book doesn't have manuscripts you're going to find in antiquity, but it's written about things that you can find in antiquity. And that's what the brothers was about to
Your
go to
answer is
about reading the
sufficient,
verse, how it came
Sir.
about through
Sir.
channeling and automatic writing.
Your answer is sufficient, sir. Okay. Now, the next question I wanted to ask you, you stated that the book was written when?
It was published in 1882, 1881,
Yeah, I got a
82,
problem with
around
that
there.
date too. I got a problem with that date. Let me ask you this. Because you were like really bad down on Christianity and so forth. And I'm bad down on Christianity too. My thing is in terms of knowing who I am and the position that I was given by the Most High. I am of his workmanship. I am of a specific people that he singled out on the earth. Now, I believe that two things can be true at the same time. I believe that there could have been people before Adam and Eve, but that wasn't the point of telling their story. The point of telling their story was getting to the point of this specific nation of people that he would hold up as his kings and priests of the earth. So that's the perspective I come from. Let me ask you this: do you understand? Are you familiar with the theory of right to rule?
Manifest destiny.
No, right to rule.
Explain. Can you elaborate on that theory, brother?
Destiny. I didn't say manifest destiny. These are two different things. I said right to rule.
The right of king.
Okay, I just asked.
Elaborate.
Excuse me?
Yeah, elaborate.
Yeah, they want you to elaborate on what you're saying.
Or elaborate? Okay, so what this whole thing about the right to rule is this, and that goes back to that one nation. The right to rule was given by the Most High Yahuwah, okay? And he gave it to a nation of people to be an example in the earth for the rest of these people. You got to understand, the Most High don't really care about the Gentile nations. He don't care about the nations. But however, what Yahushua did, because of the magnitude of the Most High, his grace was able to save all of those. So it didn't matter if they were just from the nation, but remember, the nation is the one. The nation has the kings and the priests.
How do you don't care about
the nation that he chose?
The Most High that you know, the Most High that we know.
Hello.
Who's interrupting? Get him a chance. Get him a chance. Hold on, Don. Get him a chance to anybody jump in. Now it is the brother segment, but
let me finish my statement, and then I can.
Wait a minute. I would give him first opportunity to respond. So let them have a chance to go into what you just brought out.
Okay, so
you want to finish elaborating and then let him go in?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this goes back to the replacement theory. You ever heard of the replacement theory? And that's a yes or no question.
No, go ahead, elaborate.
Okay, replacement theory is this: the Gentiles will replace us, the nation of Yasharel. Okay, now what you might want to do is you might want to go pick up a couple of books.
Well, I'm abreast of the replacement theory. It is birth white nationalism today.
No, that ain't got to do with it. That ain't got to do with
it. Okay, all right. Well,
that goes back. That goes back to I said royalty.
Okay,
you can't rule the earth if you're not kings and priests.
I appreciate.
All right, Don, let them answer.
I appreciate that you expanding the knowledge. Listen, real quick. I appreciate that you expanding the knowledge, but you're coming at us and you're feeding us theory. You know what theory is? You're not feeding us fact. You're feeding us theory.
That's what
you understand that?
That's what you're feeding us. You ain't getting no manuscript. You ain't got no ancient writings. It's just out of this man's head from 1881.
Hey, brothers, I'm gonna tell y'all, don't get in the argument with him, man. He just indoctrinated chaos. I'm telling you, it's just gonna be an argument, bro.
You know what? And it says in the last days that it could also be possible to fool the elect. You're coming with winds of doctrine, brother. I'm asking you for ancient. And this is coming out of a man's head out of 1881. I don't look at anything that's beyond. That's beyond. I give it real scrutiny if it's beyond 1859.
Okay.
Why?
And
Does God
Brother
stop
Don, that's
talking
your
to me? Why?
journey. And you
Because
got
I
that
know
right.
they
That's
started
your
to
journey.
change things.
Okay.
I try not to espouse anybody's opinion but the creator. So let's look on the very first page of Oahspe.
No, you're giving us the opinion of this man.
Since you're forcing us to
Let
believe,
him finish, Don.
Yeah,
you're forcing us to believe biblical ideology. You're forcing it on us.
I'm not forcing anything on you.
Yet, hold on. You're telling us we must believe what
you
you're
are.
saying.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
defending the faith. I'm not
Hold
fighting.
on.
I'm not
Hold on
forcing
the very
anything on
first
you.
page,
I'm putting
brother.
my facts up against yours.
Okay, hold on.
Well,
On the very
That's
first
called a debate.
page. Okay, on the very
That's called a
first
debate.
page. This was a build, not a debate, sir.
Well, I asked a question.
You want to debate, brother? We can set that
Well,
up.
then, well, can we give you the answer? Can we give you the answer?
Go ahead.
Give your answer,
Okay,
bro.
look,
Let him go,
this
Don.
is right in the editor's preface. Very first page of Oahspe. Very first page. Let me read this. Since y'all scared of losing y'all religion, or you think you're not the chosen, or somehow you think. First of all, this is a nigga book. Get it through your mind. This whole book is about Israel.
Go ahead.
Since you don't know nothing about it,
read it, brother. Read it.
Hold on, you just not. But let me get to the text, because I don't like to espouse opinion. When a man holds up a book like the Bible and says, you must believe this because it says, thus says the Lord, shall we not pity that man? Does he comprehend the liberty of man to acquire knowledge? Any book that imparts knowledge of the life and destiny of man is a good book. Any book that unfolds the character and person of the Creator, Yahweh, and wonder and glory of his creations is a good book. When a book gives us information of things we know not of, like you know not of Oahspe, it should also give us a method of proving that information to be true. This book, the book of earth, air, and spirit, is that ground. The day has arrived when men will not accept proclamations and assertions. He wants plausible reasons and substantial proof that the authority be not merely a pretense, but a demonstrable fact. The time of God or man or deity worship is at an end. Readers no longer accept a book as good and great merely because a certain person wrote it. The book must have merits on its own, otherwise it will pass out of existence. When a man says, I heard the voice of Jehovah,
you sure said something there.
When a man says, I heard the voice of Yahweh saying, that part of the speech is worthless. When he says, I heard the voice of Yahweh saying, do unto others as ye would have them do unto you, then the words become valuable. His assertion is assertion of his authority, like you trying to assert right now.
Y'all gonna work your way into heaven, huh? Y'all gonna work your way into heaven, huh?
The words purporting to be Jehovah should therefore be the only consideration as to merit, and all men have a right to pass judgment thereon. Is it not the light of Jehovah or the light of Yahweh within all men that makes them conscious of wisdom and truth? If so,
give him a chance to respond, brother.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, this brother's going on with he's preaching, man. I mean, come on, seriously.
We just getting to the point. See, I don't espouse what man say. I'm just talking about what creators say. If hold on, is it not the light of Yahweh within all men that makes them conscious of wisdom and truth? If so, then man's expression of any truth or wisdom is Yahweh's expression. If a book were to fall from the sky with Yahweh's signature to it, man would not accept the book on that account alone. Why then should anything, hold on, then why should anything be said about how this book was written? It blows nobody's horn. It makes no leader. It is not a destroyer of old systems or religions. It reveals a new one adapted to this age.
All right, let him respond. Let him respond.
Man, y'all know Don P. I thought I was emotional. Check this out. A bunch of hot air. Because the facts of the matter is this. First of all, I got no source except for a man who produced a book in 1891, or 1881, it doesn't matter, which goes beyond my particular date of trustworthiness in what is printed. The other thing is this.
And how was that any different from your doctrine?
When you get down to understanding, and you brothers, you took scripture out of context and try to use it to your advantage.
How was that any different from your doctrine?
Is this. If your book is so pure, you don't have to use the cipher that we refer to. You could be able to stand on it.
It says it's not immaculate. You just assuming things.
And with 2 or 3 witnesses, prove itself. Now, here's the deal. It says it's not immaculate. The Most High said these are the things that are going to be coming in the last days. Guess what we're watching? Okay? Now, this whole doctrine of works, James said, show me your faith, I'll show you my works. What he was saying was this. Faith comes before the works. Works come as a result of the faith. Okay? You guys are talking about a whole work doctrine. Where's the blood of Mashiach? Where does that come in? Because I go back to a grading scale. What's good enough?
We don't spill blood.
Because can we go by man standards? Yahusha said, there's none good but Yahuwah. Your good works are as filthy rags outside of Mashiach. So, he said there's going to be a lot of winds of doctrine. We get carried away by the winds of doctrine. But the deal is, the right to rule is very, very true. How is your doctrine any different? I'm asking you. The right to rule is very, very true. Because what you're watching right now, you're watching the transition in the right to rule. That's right, baby. The UK, Britain.
All right,
they're the ones that try to usurp the nation.
I'm gonna let Ben come in.
I have a question.
Wait a minute.
I have a
Ben,
question.
He had his hand up. Go ahead, Ben.
When I in the sense of when he asks for references, and I'm on Wikipedia and I'm looking at some of the excerpts and things that they have on the book. How you pronounce the word? Oahspe?
What book? Oh, okay.
What's the name of the how you pronounce it?
Oahspe, 3 syllables. Oahspe, 3 words put together.
All right, and I'm it's not really a critique per se in terms because I have not read the book. Oahspe. All right, fine and well. Now, some of the excerpts that I see here, it sounds to me, it sounds similar to the teachings of Ekankar, that particular group. And it seemed to me in terms of source, even though the author claimed the information was channeled to him directly, I'm seeing a lot of teachings that comes out of the ancient India. And it's the same thing that Paul Titchwell, the so-called spiritual leader of the Ekankar movement, he claimed to also be a channel. And I'm not saying they are not, but I see a correlation between this and Ekankar, Paul Titchwell teaching, and both of them claim that they are channel. And I'm just saying, could the information that they compose be a result of plagiarizing teachings coming out of India and elsewhere? I'm just saying. And I'm not saying what they're saying isn't true, because if it's coming from another source, hey, it adds up. I just wanted to drop that in.
But you can go ahead and answer that, and then when whoever want to answer it. But then after you answer it, then I'm gonna give everybody a 5 minute, 5, 10, 15. No, everybody a 2 minute closing statement, because we've been on 3.5 hours. And everybody, when I close out, I actually want everybody to come in and give their own spiel on what they take. Last brother Ben, Daryl, all y'all, man, come back and give y'all own seminar, class, whatever people call it today. for some edification. And then hopefully we get a dialogue or a debate on the other channel. This is just the build because we have more viewers over here, and then get a debate going on the other channel. So if anybody can answer that question, I think now I'm gonna be honest. Vortex jumped off. I thought that was an excellent question because he asked for writings and references and all that, because they asked the same thing about the Bible. Where's the source? Me personally, that's a great question. I think they answered it to the best of their ability. The last question Ben asked, he said it reminds him something out of India. Do you guys have that same feeling? He mentioned his brother name, Paul, whatever it was. So,
Paul Titchwell.
Answer on this. Go ahead. I want to hear your answer.
Yeah, let me like for the other brother prior to this question, when he was talking about you know, the authenticity of the Oahspe and the starting date. Well, every book has a starting date. Even your Torah has a starting date. So what he's basically doing is what the Egyptians would have had did to Moses. Why should we follow your Torah, which you got off a mountaintop from a God? Why should we follow these 613 laws written by the finger of your God when we had pyramid texts that have been in existence 1,000 years previous? They could raise the same argument about your book back then. So it's not about when the book came about or when it started. It's about the merit written in the book. That's why Malachi put together something called the Battle of the Holy Books, because we're willing to put chapter and verse against any one of the books. Just come up with the topic, especially if it's dealing with the theology of gods. Come up with the topic. The character of the Creator, the character of God. According to the Bible, y'all was commanded to kill infants and sucklings. In the Oahspe, I could read you to show you the condition of the spirits of those dying in such conditions, and why would a righteous Creator allow the spirits of the dead to be afflicted in such conditions? See, we could get into the nitty-gritty chapter and verse. That's what Malachi put me up on here. He put me here. Malachi did this because Malachi seen how sharp the sword is when it came to chapter and verse. This is just a presentation we gave just to show the validity of the Oahspe spiritual progression. But when we get in the chapter and verse and talk about the character of the gods, it's going to be a whole nother slaughter. And I put that on the chopping block. I put that on the chopping block. I'll take anybody on that debate. The character of the God. Is your God angry and jealous? He's a God of war? I got something for all of that. Chapter and verses, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. Bring it. Bring it. Malachi, am I lying?
I'd like to see you. I'd like to see you and my brother Ben go back and forth because he's dealing with the linguistic language.
And I say chapter and verse. So with chapter and verse, I'm erasing myself out the equation. I'm letting the book speak, so we don't have to get on no nigga shit.
All right.
With me, I got enough ammunition to it. I don't have to put my personal in this equation. I got enough precepts to shut your God down to show that your jealous and angry God is not who he say he is. He is not the creator. But a false God assuming to be the creator, and we can prove a chapter and verse coming out the Oahspe. That's what it's about. The merit in the book. Forget when it started. Nigga, you can't even tell me who Moses was in Egypt. Nigga, who Moses was in Egypt?
Tell me his birth year.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull rank on my channel. I want Ben and my brother go back and forth because he's challenging Moses and UOT. So I'd like to see y'all go back and forth.
Nice. Yeah, who was Moses in Egypt? Tell me. You can't tell me Ramses. Because Ramses was after the Exodus.
Let alone what color was he?
During the days of Ramses.
Does your doctrine have what color he was?
Yeah, we can get into the nitty gritty because we got the timetables of the prophets showing out. We got a better time chart than y'all. Y'all time period started. The creation of, according to the Bible, was 3761 BC. That's when the creation of the world is supposed to be, according to the Hebrew calendar. 3761 BC is the Nakada period, huh? And by the time you get to Noah starts 2000 BC. That's the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. We will crush your Hebrew calendar based off what is written. So Selah Shalom been ready. That's why Malachi brought me on here. I'm going to show you how sharp the Oahspe is using chapter and verse when it comes time to debate. And I'm going to just leave it at that.
Ben, go ahead, Ben. You want to respond to that?
Now, what I would like to say, because nobody responded to the question I asked.
Oh, you know what? That was a response to the first brother. I didn't even get to your question. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
now to your question. Now keep in mind, the Oahspe didn't come through ancient sources. It came through channeling automatic writing, which means that the validity has to be even tested more than anything because we don't have ancient manuscripts. So now we got to read this source to see if it even makes sense. Does it even coincide with history? Does it cross-reference history? It got the story of Confucius in there. They got the story of Brahma in here. That's not in the Bible. What Israelites talk about Confucius? Nigga, we don't give a damn about no Confucius. Yeah. But guess what? Confucius is
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that some of the things that I'm seeing, excerpts coming from the book, or what they allege that the book is claiming, I have seen similar claims or correlation in Paul Titchwell teaching, who claim he's also a medium. So
here's what I'm saying. If you're dealing with the creators,
let him finish. Here's what I'm saying. For example, I give you another example. Remember that while we were being subjugated or in slavery, a lot of our sacred manual from all over the world, European had exposure to these things. So it's easy for them to claim they got first-hand revelation instead of admitting that, listen, I copied. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that's what he did, but I'm seeing some stuff. I'm seeing some stuff that correlates with that other people are claiming the same, and I'm seeing where it connects with even, for instance, Mighty Hebrew brought up the book. What's the name of that book? The Design Stands. I don't know if you know the book that from Madame Blavatsky that came out of that he said it was written in India.
We clear. I understand where you're going, brother. We clear on that. We clear that it's a universal relationship with custom and culture. The Oahspe shows that.
Yes.
It shows relations.
Yes. So I'm saying, what I'm saying is that, so what I'm saying is that we were in captivity. A lot of our ancient libraries were were looted, right? And the European, they had
never had an ancient library. Stop it. The Hebrews didn't have no ancient
library. You're not listening to me, brother. When you said we never, bro, I'm speaking universal as melanated people. Right, I'm not speaking as saying a Hebrew Israelite. Come on, bro. I'm saying as you melanin people, whether you were in India or in Africa, they still you melanin.
Right.
A lot of the ancient texts was looted by Europeans. So whenever a European come forward and say, listen, I got first-hand account, I was given this download, I'm suspicious. And I'm not suspicious because I'm racism, saying,
but brother,
no, it's not racism. Listen to me carefully, brother. Listen to me carefully.
Hold on, brother. It's one brother.
Ben, we get your point. Let him answer your question.
Brother, hold on, brother. Let Ben go in a little bit because it's like.
Hey, I gotta go. I just want to say one thing about channeling.
Brother,
can I just say one thing about channeling?
No. Just let him get his point across. Y'all go ahead. Just him. So let him get his point across.
And I'm saying I'm not in objection to channeling. My grandmother, great-great-grandmother, that's what she did. And it is built into you melanin people's culture. In Jamaica, we have a series of women all over this country. They call them a mother woman. And whenever they come and tell you something, that's what's going to happen. And you better take heed. My grandmother was one of them. My great-great-grandmother was one of them. So I'm not in objection. We have those abilities. People have those abilities. But what I'm saying is that because when you use the term racism, right? For me, it's a system. And I'm saying when you look inductively and you see a people who have a pattern of being deceptive and then they conquer the world and then now some aspect of them claim they got this insight. I'm saying I'm suspicious. I'm not saying he's lying. You are under scrutiny. So don't say I'm being racist. Don't do that. You just said we have to put his word under scrutiny. Since there is no firsthand, he said he got it firsthand. He's not getting it from an ancient manual. Well, guess what? I'm going to take you to a fine-tooth comb.
That's right. And we with you, Dre.
And that's only fair.
We with you, King. We on the same page, King. Because see, what you doing is the same thing we did when we got the revelation. You understand?
Same
thing. And peep this lion. Peep this lion. And Yadi put me onto the Oahspe King. A Benjamin from Yard, from back home, put me onto the Oahspe, my brother. You understand? So when you say about your ancestry doing with the channeling business, that's our custom ayah. We dealt
I
with
agree.
spiritual communion. That's how we dealt with the Creator, because we had the spiritual connection. That's what we forgot. So just to put things in order, Aya, a Rasta man put me onto the Oahspe, my brother. And I had to do the investigation because he did the investigation. So for me to be like, yo, for this black man, Rasta man to come tell me about this book, a white man book, nah, man, it must be something, because I know this Rasta man, not no foolish man. So me have to take the merit of this man and say, let me investigate my book, this book myself. Look past the carnal flesh. Flesh and blood shall not inherit the kingdom of Jaja. So we can't too much focus on the carnal, my brother. We have to see what the merit of the book is talking about. And when you see what the merit of the book is talking about, you're going to see why we're so passionate about this.
And, you know, another thing I add, you know, I wrote a piece the other day and I said, who gave Elisha or Elijah a PhD? And I said, we have to remember that being eumelanin people, and especially when you have certain morals about you, that upright nature, the eumelanin coupled with that upright nature and certain ancient mechanisms allow us to channel. And when you look at you understand, so part of our the first aspect of us learning and knowing for book.
You break up, my brother. You're breaking up.
Okay,
I don't think humility
hold
has
on.
anything
Time
to do.
Treasure to the troll, and Most High bless everybody in the comments, man. Everybody that's oppositional with one another. I'm glad y'all keeping the comments and questions respectful. Vortices, I'll let you say something, but let me say this real quick. The sister asked a question about Adam and Eve. I can't find it. I'm trying to read some of the comments that people saying, but my question would be, where did life begin? That'd be one. And somebody had another question in there, and this is getting good, man. So is everybody in the F.O.P.E Academia, the debate league room that's on here right now? Everybody's in
on Facebook or something?
Yeah, it's on Messenger. It's on Messenger. Yeah, I can add you. But only thing about this room, because one of my best friends got kicked out the first 2 days because we're not tolerating no disrespect on any form, any way. Now, something like this, we're having a nice little time, but certain things we're not going to tolerate. But the question is, where did life begin? And then I'm gonna let everybody get a closing statement because we've been on now for almost 4 hours. Where did life begin?
Before that, I wanted to.
Go ahead,
okay. It's the thing. I just have. I heard some issues with the channeling thing, and I just think it's people's programming. Because what were the prophets doing? It's the same thing. They be channeling the words of God. So whether it doesn't matter, and then
that's right.
And the only reason why the Bible needs ancient manuscripts, the reason why I thought that was a silly question, is because the Bible is an ancient writing, and they use the ancient manuscripts to validate what's in it today, to say, well, we can go look at the ancient manuscripts and it's still the same. That has nothing to do with whether a book is valid in terms of how old it is.
Well, let me intervene, Vortex. Let me ask you a question.
I'm
Vortex.
just saying that makes no sense, bro.
But let me ask you a question on that then, because if we're going to go by let's go by that, right? What language was this written in?
It was written in English.
So now
that's what we speak. The Creator is progressive. He wouldn't speak Hebrew to a people who don't speak Hebrew.
Brother, we have to, because when the Bible wasn't even written in Hebrew. All right. So
it was written in Greek.
When we go, I'm asking a question, right? And I understand what you're saying, right? I'm just trying to figure out, because they was asking for sources or how far I go back. So now you're saying that this was written in English, and how old is the English language?
See, the etymology of words is not the focus. It's the character and the merit of what's being written about. So regardless if we speak in English, Hebrew, or Greek, if your God is telling you to go kill infants, that's the issue at hand, regardless of what language it's in. See, we're dealing with the character and content, actions and behavior of the gods. That's our focus, regardless of what language it's in.
Right. Right.
That's what we're dealing with. That's the reality. That's the
right.
source.
And what difference does it make what language? That's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not even an Oahspe Bible guy, but I'm saying it's not that ancient that you got to have ancient manuscripts. It's in the modern time. So you don't need an ancient manuscript for something that was, it's like somebody could have a revelation from God today and write it. Are you going to say, well, where's the ancient manuscript of it? That's silly, bro. That don't even make no sense.
And where is the primary source for the writings of
that
Moses?
Don't even make no sense, bro.
Yeah, it's foolish. Where is the primary source for the writings of Moses? Because the Tanakh was written after Moses was dead.
Yeah, so you don't need an ancient man. The reason why the Bible is ancient manuscripts is because they do what's called textual criticism, because of how old it is. But it's not the manuscripts that validate whether it's you know what I'm saying, a true revelation or not. You can get rid of all the manuscripts. Are you gonna say, well, we ain't gonna read the Bible no more because we don't got the ancient manuscripts on it? That's for scholarship. That's
hey, brother,
hold on a minute. Yo, is that Lex Vortex?
Yeah.
My nigga.
Brother.
That's what I was telling you earlier.
I want to say
somewhere. Yo, it's been a minute, God.
I want to say,
yeah, peace, God.
And to the brother, hold on, before y'all go,
I want to say something
to the brother Ben Sadek. You can't, in being genuine, you can't Google search a thing and then think you got the whole idea. If a thing that Tidwell wrote, if a thing that Tidwell wrote agrees with what Oahspe wrote, which agrees with the whole historical text and empirical data, then it's probably true, regardless to who told it.
And I'm not doubting that.
It's about the words. So you can't really ask an honest question, an honest intellectual question about a text written about what's going on in ancient India, just off a Google search, because you're gonna be lost.
No, I was just speaking. I did mention on a surface level. I know I can't subscribe. It's just surface. I'm just saying surface. The other thing I wanted to say,
like this before y'all get into it.
I got a question for Brother Ben. Go ahead.
Oahspe, you must apply critical thinking to it. You must apply the scientific method. You must apply objective and subjective truths against empirical data and historical data. Then lay that against what's commonly known, and then apply common sense and logic. That is the scientific method.
Right.
Okay, all right. But before I let everybody go,
I got something I want to say to Brother Ben real quick.
Before I let it, I'm gonna let you talk, brother. Before I let it go, because I let Vortex go, and then other brother came in. My question was, where did life begin for us with man? According to your book, the Bible, or your understanding, where did man come from?
Man was created everywhere, all at the same time, 81,174 years ago.
Okay, I didn't ask when he was created, and I ain't asked you how many places he's created. I said, where did man come from?
He was created by the Creator.
Africa, man.
From the substances, man spawned from the substances of the ether when the vortex.
And he was created by the Creator. And I'm jumping in this because I was hoping more people come in here and challenge y'all on this. Because I don't want to.
We're gonna get to the text. We're gonna get to the text. Hold on, let me crack open the book of Jehovah for you.
Do that, and then I'm gonna let you close out because we're going on 4 hours, and I got another show to do tomorrow. I'm be busy. I got 2 on Sunday. So
hold on, it's in book of Jehovah.
Let you go ahead and say what you want to say. Then I'm giving everybody 2-minute close out. Selah, go ahead, Selah.
So I'm sorry.
Hold
So
on,
I'm talking to my wife real quick. Say it again, King.
No, I was gonna let you make a statement, and then I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes to close out, and I'll give you 5 minutes to close out since you started the lesson. But I think you're about to say something. Go ahead.
In response to your question, you asked where the man come from. That's the question.
Yes, sir.
Well,
not just the creator.
No,
I was gonna hit him with Book of Jehovah. I think it's chapter 4. Is it chapter 4:15, Selah? It says first is a vapor, the vortex carries it forth, and it goes in the simu.
No, I think the brother is excellent. I think he's asking a direct question as far as where the man come from, as far as the continent. So I'm gonna just keep it plain and simple. As far as,
okay. I see.
Yeah. We ain't gonna get too over the board with it. We're gonna keep it direct and simple. So
I see.
We know it's Africa. You know what I mean? The haplogroup show it's Africa. When you look at 800, that's coming out of South Africa. So you know what I mean? We deal with theology, we deal with science, you know what I mean? We deal with all levels. So we don't kick one out the other. So it's Africa, to be simple and plain. That's what the data shows with the haplogroups. That's why I don't see like how an Israelite can say they're not African, because when you deal with haplogroups, you African, because the oldest haplogroup is 800, and that's going to bring you right back to the South African Bushmen.
I agree with that.
So we all African in the sense of haplogroups following the Y chromosome, and they say that the Y chromosome, you got the Adam and the Eve, so essentially we all come from one source.
All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes. Daryl, I know you wanted to say something to respond, and then after you respond, then I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes, and then we're gonna close out call the night. But before we do that, man, I'd like to thank all y'all, man, for a great bill, great lesson. I like seeing this right here, man, where we can dialogue. Hope everybody enjoyed this, man, because to me, this was great. I don't think nobody got disrespectful. It was a little heated, and that's good. That's good amongst brothers. We're not out there shooting each other and everything, you know what I mean? And we don't have to agree on everything, but we got a good bill. I think in this bill, we come to find out that we do have agreements on some things, and
that's right.
So I'm saying let's take it to a higher level. Hey, I've been wanting to take it to a higher level on a lot of things. I don't necessarily agree with everything the brother's saying, but they showed me some stuff that I wasn't aware of, so I appreciate that. But go ahead, Daryl, and then I know you want to make a comment to a Ben, then I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, and everybody get 2 minutes, and we out of here.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with Brother Ben that I too come from a Christian background. Coming from into Oahspe, and during the time I was a Christian, I was also reading books to make myself very knowledgeable of the global inequality that was taking place around the world by white supremacy as well. And so coming into the Oahspe, I did a lot of the same things too, putting a whole lot of my energy into researching. Oh man, this author's a white dude. It talks about a lot of this and that and riffraff, and I did the whole thing where I looked it up on YouTube, I looked it up on Wikipedia and did my research and landed on how, man, it's a devil book and blah, 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 right? But that was just me being in a biased mindset, an indoctrinated and Christian biased mindset, a very racial biased mindset. And it took me to take all the same energy that I was doing all this research to validate why I shouldn't read this book, to just crack open this book and actually read it and judge it for myself rather than get everybody else's subjective opinion on the book. So if I'm not mistaken, you said you ain't even opened the book up, but you spend a lot of time doing the research on the book. It ain't gonna hurt. It ain't gonna kill you. Crack it open. Start reading it. And then if it's full of shit, don't read it no more. But you got to judge that for yourself. Get your own opinion on it. Get your own objective opinion on it. That's all I want to encourage you to do.
Hey, thank you, brother. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, but I got somebody pose a question to me and say, "Well, enough. Will you kill?"
I'm done. Go ahead.
Will you kill infants according to the scripture?
Right.
Well, no. Let me answer that. That's a good question. To me, all questions are good. I'm gonna tell you, my answer is no, because the scriptures never told me to kill an infant, right? Because we deal with times when the book was written, right, and when it talks about generation, right? A lot of things in the Bible, the Most High told Israel to do, they didn't do. He told us to destroy some people, they didn't do it, right? He told us not to steal, but we do that, You know, now when he was speaking on that thing, on what you talking about, kill infants, I don't know that verse, but if you're talking about kill infants,
that's 1 Samuel 15:3.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do it. I wasn't there at the time of Samuel, and I had to read the whole story.
Well, see, what happens if the commandment comes today, though? That's the question.
on the reason why he said to do that. Now, Ben, you OT, if you want to answer that, then brothers, we're going to close it out.
I just wanted to drop this angle, just an angle. I'm not saying I subscribe to it, but just thinking objective. Listen. Now, 400 years ago, your mother is being raped by an enslaver, and you have the opportunity to defend your dignity, your mama, your bloodline. What you gonna do?
You're gonna rise up, my brother.
You're gonna rise up. All right, that's one angle. So now, this is from my perspective. When you look at the word Yahweh, and I'm going into the language and how the language is structured based upon what I have extracted thus far. When you look at Yahweh, it is said the name is a glutnative morpheme. It comes from the word Haya, Owe, Iye, Ye. Now, Ayah, the 3 letters that make up that name, the first letter, He, stands for Hara, teaching, pass. And the Hebrew concept of the past is that the past is in front of you. And then the letter Y, Yod in Haya, represent Yeda, represent intimate. It can mean intimacy physically, but also intimate awareness of certain knowledge. So now you have a teaching and you have intimate awareness of that teaching. And then you have the last letter, He, which means now the revelation of that teaching. You embodied it, you dissect it, you become it, and then that becomes your past, which is in front of you, is your presence. So within that name, the name is not just conveying the idea of a God talking to you per se. It has levels. It is saying that your past belief, it is what shaped your presence, your existence, and determine your future, which comes from the past that is in front of you. So if you want better, you got to go to ancient of ancient to get the original manuscript, the original download to change your current condition that we find ourselves in. That's one angle. Now, the last one. So now, it is said that you have 4 nucleotide bases. They propose that it is symbolic of Yud, He, Wav, He. Okay. So then when Moses is speaking and he say, Yahweh told me this, which is it? What is it? Are you getting a direct download, or it could be even some of your errant ideas in your genome talking? And that's where we now also have to examine, be objective, because did the source really said to kill those people, or is it that you came up with that idea and said source said that? I'm just giving you another angle. I'm not negating the creator. It's just another angle, because the very word is saying go ahead. The very word is saying word Yahweh. The fact that it comes from those 3 words is saying, listen, it's the teaching that you hold on to that dictate your past, and your past then dictate your present existence. Live in the now. So if you want better, you got to examine. You got to, like the brother said, you got to have empirical knowledge. You have to scrutinize. You have to know this. You have to dissect this. Because within the Hebrew thought, you hear wisdom and understanding, Chokmah. And Chokmah, when you break it down, it says what gives power. And then Solomon said, But in all you're getting, you get wisdom, but get understanding. And the word understanding, bina, come from being, which means empirical. You got to be scientific. You got to dissect that thing and break it down. You got to know all the components of the thing. So you're not spooky. You have an awareness. You know this work. You can prove it. You could back this up with evidence. So I'm just approaching it from that angle. But I'm in the last thing. I'm just saying that to say now. However, if you go into a redemptive struggle and you have a set of people that are opposition to you, and you got to do what you got to do to survive. I'm not saying a creator outside of you talking. It's what's inside of you, and you got to make that decision at that moment.
That's right.
What are you going to? Are you going to have to shed some blood to defend?
Right.
I'm just giving those angles.
Actually, we agree. That's actual facts.
Yeah.
That's actual
we
facts.
don't disagree with you. You be surprised. And like I told you, you be surprised that like what you saying it correlates with what the teachers that's in Oahspe. What some of what you saying was very encouraged.
Yeah, because it's a verse in the Oahspe where it says,
read it. If you
Now go ahead,
go ahead, Selah.
Oh no, I was going to reference that.
No, what I was saying was
it just states that it's a verse where it states that you have to face evil on your own account. So coming to what you were saying, that what you just broke down is exactly what the Oahspe stated, that you're going to have to face evil on your own account to attain the Godhead. Meaning that you can't sit on the throne if you don't know how to face evil on your own account and know how to manage and deal with the situation. Ain't nobody coming
and then
to help you. You got to narrate the situation. You got to overcome the situation.
All right, bro. So with that, we're gonna close. I'm sorry, but with that, we got to close it out, man. I'm tired, bro. We're on 4 hours. But no, man, man. Okay. The link is back in the room. Thanks. Rashad, I know you want to come and ask a question, so I'm gonna stay up just a little, maybe 10 more minutes, 5 more minutes, because I'm letting them close out. So the link is in the room, Rashad. Rashad's my brother. So if you want to come and ask a question, hey, these brothers ready to answer, man. They want to teach, they want to smoke, and they see what they like to. So that's what we're about. So and I appreciate everybody in the chat that come here to support their brethren, because y'all our brother too. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna allow truth or beliefs to separate me from my brothers. So the link is in the room, Rashad. You got 2 minutes to come in. As soon as he come in, I'm gonna cut y'all off and no disrespect. So I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes to give a closing statement. Call, you can go first.
Let me go ahead and get my point across for what I was saying to Ben. So Ben, what you were saying about when you was giving a breakdown of the word, talking about past, present, and future, the very first verse in the book of Jehovah, it describes itself as all was, all is, all ever shall be. That describes past, present, and future. All was is past, all is present, all.
Yes, I.
The future, all ever shall be, yeah, all it will be and shall be. That's future. It's all past, present, future. He describes it. That's what it is right off the bat. It gives a definition right off the bat. Yeah, this is what I am.
Shebrew, no disrespect. Hey, I see y'all sisters in there. I'm just always talking about brothers because a lot of times y'all be scared to sleep. Hey man, that's it. Call. I need to put my glasses on. I can hardly see. All right. You get first 2 minutes. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go and get off, man. This is but let me read something real quick. This is the Book of Judgment, chapter 5. I'm gonna start at 16. And it shall come to pass unto thee, O Israel, the way of thy people shall be open, and they shall be delivered out of the bound kingdoms of the east. Because for 2,000 years thou hast not gone forth with the sword to possess any new country, and establish thyself, thou art glorified before thy God. Because of thy long suffering, thou shalt find peace through the light of my kingdoms. Behold, a new cycle is upon the earth. Thy people shall find proof of these my words. My angels will come into the houses My angels will come into the houses of my people, and they shall talk with them face to face. Think not that this book, Oahspe, is mine only revelation in this day. Within thine house, O Israel, thou shalt prepare unto the voice of thy God. For I will raise up many seers and prophets amongst thy people, and they shall testify to my words on all sides. So, with that being said, you dig what I'm talking about? I want to say peace and shalom to you brothers, man. Selah, boy, heavy. When they go back and rewind this one, and notice they ain't came with a question we couldn't answer yet.
Thanks.
You did what I'm talking about.
Brother,
This
the
book
last
is
brother got
heavy.
finished speaking, man. Thank you for thank you for coming on, man. I love your energy. Oh man, I love your energy.
We need to set something up, Quinop, because a lot of people seem to be worried about a lot of people seem to be worried about first of all, the source, the authorship, and the compilement of Oahspe. I might as well come on and do that, do a lesson on that alone.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last 20 seconds? Because I was on the phone. I didn't hear you.
Okay, no, I was saying, I said, well, we need to get together and do a build, because a lot of brothers have questions about the source. Because see, the source of a thing and the authorship and the author are not necessarily the same thing. So we would deal with the source, the authorship, and the compilement of the book of Earth, Air, and Spirit, or Oahspe. You dig what I'm talking about? We could break that down, since people have a lot of issues and prejudgments about something they never read before. So we might as well
You
go ahead.
you in the room? Are you in the
yeah.
F.O.P.E? Okay, good. Because I was gonna give all y'all my number, but we're talking on the room. All right. Hey,
peace and shalom to you, brothers, man. I love y'all, brothers.
Shalom.
Love and light. Creator, gang, breathe in, let the light in. Because I'm Cosmon, and I am out.
No doubt. Hey, go ahead, Don P. Don P, you get 2 minutes, brother. If you're still there, 2 minutes, Don P. And once y'all finish your 2 minutes, you can just go ahead and exit the.
Shalom.
All right, go ahead, brother.
What I want to say is this. I asked some very direct questions, which I got no direct answers to. I'm about fact and proof, and that's what it's about. When I was talking about the right to rule, that's very real and is being played out in front of our eyes. And there is, if you want to check it out, there's a book. It's called The Missing Link. It's volume 1 and 2. And it talks about replacement theory of the nation of Yasharel by these Britons. You got to have the kingship and you got to have a priesthood. I mean, it's deep. It goes 12-level chess, because in that replacement, they had to make us do what the book said. This is what I love about the book. They had to do what the book said. Make us forget about our heritage and stuff like that. But the Most High said in the last days, which we're living in, we're living out what he wrote, which has references. Now, let me just hit something real quick on this, what y'all was trying to articulate on the as it is above, so it is below. They were going out of the Yahusha's model prayer. Okay, that was one thing they were going out of. And that was the most High's will. That wasn't actions on this earth. I'm gonna get to that in a second. The other point was in terms of as it is up there, he was talking about bounding and loosing. He was talking about forgiveness, which is his main thing. Forgiveness is the main thing. It ain't about your works. So we're talking about grace over works. So forget all that. The last point I wanted to make on that was talking about grace and works. Back to that above and below. Now, directly, almost verbatim, what you said about above and below. You ever heard of Aleister Crowley? He's a contemporary of that time of your writer. As it is above, so it is below. But he was talking about, and anybody knows who Aleister Crowley is. Man, y'all need to get up out of here with that. You can't give us nothing factual, because here's the deal. 99% leaven, well, 99%
you got 20
truth,
seconds out.
99% truth wrapped in 1% leaven is still leaven. It leavens the whole bunch. Landing the plane.
All right. That was your last word. You can jump off. Who wants next?
Here, let me say something. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Then I'll get about her real quick. He just said something very interesting. A little bit of leaven if the whole lump, so it was a little bit of falsehood, and he basically saying it's all bullshit, or throw it all out, right? Well, when we read in Amos 5, I'm just gonna quote it, Amos 5, 25 to 27. The Creator is asking through the prophet Amos, was Israel offering sacrifices and burnt offerings in the wilderness for 40 years, O house of Israel? And it's a question that the prophet Amos is asking, or the Most High is asking through the prophet Amos to Israel. What are sacrifices and burnt offerings in the wilderness? Was that going to the Creator? Question mark. Verse 26 say, but you did carry the tabernacle. Let me talk. But you
Hold on, Malachi. Don, please jump off.
Hey, listen, Kawanah, if you give him a rebuttal to my
word,
then I need a rebuttal.
No, you already said your closing. You already said your closing, Don. Go ahead, jump off. Because I'm closing out. Been on 4 hours. Go ahead, close out.
So
jump off, Don.
What I'm saying is, we got right through the prophet Amos that the Creator in the wilderness, the entire 40 years, the sacrifices Israel was doing, none of that went to the Creator. That's Amos 5, 26 and 27. If you enter the New Testament, that's Acts 7, verse 42 and 43, the second witness to back that up, that the Creator gave them up to worship the host of heaven, and they was carrying around in the wilderness the tabernacle of Molech and all these gods of Canaan. Okay, and when you get into Jeremiah tell you it wasn't ordained in Egypt nor in the wilderness. So when we understand that, and we go, this is dealing with the little leaven the brother just said. When you did understand that, and it names the gods, it named the gods of Canaan, Baal, Molech, Chion, it names them. So then you say, okay, well, dang, we got all these sacrifices and burnt offerings in the wilderness, including Leviticus. So when you go back over to Leviticus chapter 1, just lick your finger and go on back over there and go to chapter 1, read verse 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, and 15. The Lord God, according to Leviticus, is commanding chopped off goat heads on the altar. A chopped off head on the altar. So this is why this is very important to differentiate the Creator from the false gods, because Amos say them sacrificial rituals in the wilderness, that was the Molech in them. That was the Baal in them. And then when you go over to Leviticus, it's literally, and this goes my brother Ben to death. How you know when you read Lord God, that's Creator? Because according to Amos, that ain't the Creator. Those are the gods of Canaan. And the brother just said a little leaven in it, throw it all away. The brother, based off what you just said, the Lord God in Leviticus is Molech and Baal in them, according to Amos 5, 25 through 27, according to Hosea chapter 2, 14 on down to the end, according to Isaiah chapter 1, 10 through 19. Creator never ordained it. He never wanted it. He don't want no scraped off fat, no blood, no chopped off heads on his altar. So what I'm saying is, we real quick to talk that talk like it's a little bit of leavening, and well, nigga, the Lord God in Leviticus is balling them, Molech them. How do we know? A chopped off goat head is on the altar offered to the God, Aki. And we all know good and well a chopped off head, whether it's an animal or a man, ain't nothing righteous about that. And that's all I had to say. I'm just saying, like, our rebuttals, you can tell ain't nobody really read what the brothers is talking about. Just like I can tell brothers ain't even read the Nazarene literature, because the responses wouldn't be like that. You wouldn't dare came outside and said that. With that heaven hanging over your head based off what we read. That's all I had to say, Yaki. Hey, salute to the righteous gods and the
Creator gang.
The creator, Yahweh, bless up, clip up. But y'all already know what it is with y'all bro Maccabee. You ain't heard nothing but a bomb from me. And I'm out of here. Much love, y'all.
Yo, all right, most I bless. All right, Daryl, then I'm gonna let the brother that actually done the presentation finish last. But go ahead, Cosmos. And look, when we go back to the debate room, man, we're gonna change numbers and see if we can get up next to come do something. Go ahead, you got 2 minutes.
No, I don't have much to say, man. Brother Selah Shalom, excellent work tonight. Excellent work what you did tonight, man. This your spotlight, man. Much love to you. Brother Elder Kanal, thank you for presenting this opportunity for us to be here and to share this knowledge. Much love and light to both of you brothers. I'm Daryl Cosmon, and I'm out.
No doubt. Most I bless.
Yeah.
All right, brother, put you on solo screen. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Like I said, hold on, put you on solo screen. If you want to take the whole 5, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. But I'm good. Start your time now.
What to do? You know what it is, Selah Shalom, man. I appreciate the God. You know what I mean? First, I'd like to shout out Malachi Maccabee because he's the one who made this possible. You know what I mean? And shout out to Quanon because he's a, you know what I mean, cool brother, man. I like you, man. You all right dude. You know what I mean? Seem like you a neutral cat. You ain't got no ego. You ain't got nothing to hide. And if it's making sense, you rock with it. You know what I mean? But like anything, we all indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna sit there and play like we're not. You know what I mean? That's why when we hear something that goes against our doctrine, we freeze up because we've been indoctrinated. So, you know, we're learning to liberate, be free from indoctrination so we could get a better grasp of Creator through creation, through various information and sources that the Creator has. You know what I mean? There is no one revelation. You know what I mean? The Oahspe is a new revelation, and it contains so much vast information. You know what I mean? But it's not the end game. You know what I mean? It's just a book to read, just like any other book. You know what I mean? To gain knowledge and understanding, no more, no less. And it's just the merit and the information in the book that determines how you play a part and has how that dictates your outlook. You see what I'm saying? You hate Esau because a book told you to hate Esau. You see what I'm saying? You believe that 3 people were saved from a flood because a book told you to say that. And vice versa with what we believe. It's all coming out of books. And our view and outlook is based off what we read in books. So, you know, the beautiful thing about the Oahspe is that it shows you the liberty of man, the freedom of man to choose. You could choose to follow the righteous ways of the Creator, the service done unto others in good works, to rise your spiritual grade so you could rise into the Etherian kingdoms. Or you could choose to assume to be the Creator, set up heavenly kingdoms and have people worship you, assuming to be the Creator. And then you find yourselves in problems. But like I said, the Oahspe is a vast book. What I came to lay out was just the heavenly kingdom, the title and ranks of angels, and show you how the heavenly proceedings are ran. Because 2,000 years ago, Yeshua said the kingdom of God is at hand. 2,000 years later, the proceedings is laid out through the Oahspe. Some will get it, some will not. Just like Yeshua, some received them, some didn't. And that's how it always is when new revelations crop out the 4 corners of the earth. So yeah, so we really want people to just investigate the information and build with us. You know what I mean? And that's where it's really boiling down to. The debate is really to get clarity on the subject matter. You know what I mean? So whenever we debate the book, that's when you're going to see how sharp the sword is when it comes to chapter and verses. Because we're not going to come with our opinion. We're not going to come with hearsay. We come with chapter and verses because that's what we're standing on. So with that, I'd like to say peace and blessings. Salute. Selah Shalom. I'm out.
No, stay, hold tight. I didn't get it, brother Ben a chance to get his statement. You get 2 minutes. Go ahead, you get your 2. Go ahead, Ben.
It's my turn.
Ben, you want to? Yes, good. You get your 2 minutes. Just
you can hear me.
Yes, I.
I wanted to add. I wanted to say first and foremost. You know, when I look in Africa, I see Igbos and Fulani at war. And here we are in the diasporas descendants of various African families. And when I look at some of the concepts in Igbo, cosmology, Fulani, they're very similar.
Facts.
But still they're at war. They're at war. So here we are in the diaspora and doing something phenomenal. We're sitting down as family and having discussion. And nothing is wrong with that. Because when you look in ancient times, you had the school of the prophets in Israel. Elijah had that school of thought, which means when we weren't in objection to learning and debating, because that's when somebody challenge what you know. It's up to you to prove what you know, and don't come with spook. You got to come with science. Elijah was about proving what he knows.
Facts.
Put up or shut up. So nothing. I really appreciate this setting and what we're doing. The other thing I would like to add is going to be a little controversial, but listen. You know Rahul Nafir Amen, right? From Asara Set community, the Shechem Ur Shechem for Asara Set community, right?
You asking me that? Or Kana?
Yeah. Are you aware of his books, the Medunetta 1 and 2?
You talking about the white and blue book?
Yes.
Yeah, I had that in the 90s. I got that in the 90s. I had it, but it didn't rip apart.
All right. And it has come to my understanding that he was also a part of the Rosicrucian order, right? And it's very similar to the Masonic Lodge in a sense. And I just saw something where, and I'm not saying this from a negative standpoint, that because you are a part of that, you're evil. I'm not saying none of that. I just saw something I wanted to ask in closing. Was the author of the book that we're discussing, was he a Mason as well?
Yeah, he was a high-ranking 33rd degree Mason, so he wasn't no dummy.
Wow. All right. And that's one of the things, when I compare him to Rahu, to be able to articulate this level of science, you have to be a high-level initiate.
Facts.
It also said that he was a one who studied the cosmologies of other nations, right? Again, and I'm not saying that to discredit him, but I'm saying he's highly learned, which means then he is learned in the abstract or the eternal essence of these teaching, rather than what the initiate have been given. The initiate are the religious, right? So he's highly learned. And that for me says a lot. Now, when he said he got direct download, I question it now because you're a high-level Mason. But again, I still can't negate the fact that you probably have good intentions. And with good intention, you're gonna get it direct.
Yeah,
that's my point.
So what I would suggest to you to get more clarity is he wrote the biography and he describes how the book came about. So if you read that, you could better shape your argument as far as the validity of the download per se. Because when if you're a genuine and truthful person, you should be able to read it when you see it. You can tell when somebody's running you some bullshit, and you can tell somebody's when they genuine to you just from speech. So you could find that same genuineness in written words. So if you read his biography, you could feel the spirit of what he's saying if he's being truthful or not. Because he said he had to stop eating meat for 10 years. The angels told him to stop eating meat for 10 years before he could even receive the revelation. So that's one good thing. They told him to go on a pure diet. You know what I'm saying? So he did that for 10 years, and they came back, and then they told him, they instructed him what to do. You know what I mean? So long story short, he got the typewriter every 30 minutes before sunrise. And when you read the biography, it'll tell you how it transpired, how he's describing what's going on, how he's feeling. He was told not even to read what was being written until it was published. So when you read the biography and see the mysticism that surrounds it from his words, you can see like, all right, well, this shit is beyond even him. This shit wasn't for him.
Right.
He was just used as a vessel for this shit to come about, because the book is about us. It's about the copper-colored people. You know what I mean? It talks about other nationalities.
Yes.
It's controversial, very controversial with nationalities and the tribes. It gets real controversial to the point where some people are like, oh, I ain't gonna read it because of that part. You know what I mean? But if you could have the guts to just go through it and see the overall spectrum and the magnitude of what's going on, then you will see where we coming from. You know what I mean? The reason why we go hard with it. You know?
Hey, somebody
right
said this real quick, my dear brothers. Somebody said this real quick, because I would like to see, because I already know both of y'all are going to stick with books you believe. You both said it nicely, but you said it. So I would like to see both of you guys go toe to toe on which one is better for us. But somebody said this, and you do get the.
I think we got more in common than a disagreement. At the other brother now,
it does seem like that you have more in common, but I kind of believe Ben is really Ben want to look into what you're reading, because he came back real fast. Say, look, man, I looked this up. I saw this.
That's what you're supposed to do. He investigated.
Right. So he might.
But now the other brother who was on earlier, who was trying to enforce the concept of, you know, initial rights and all that stuff. Now he's more biblical based. Now that could be a debate, because I'm not going to come with what's outside the Bible or what's outside.
What brother you talking about?
Bible.
Said what now? What brother said what?
The previous brother who came on before, who was talking about, you know, the inherited rights and all this stuff about the blood of Yahshua and all that. Now he's more of a debate, somebody to go in the ring with, because he's coming with strong opinion. So my argument is chapter and verse.
What brother that was? I gotta go back.
Yeah. So somebody like
last brother spoke. It was like going back for with you.
Yeah. The brother who was kind of, I want to say contentious, but he was standing on the square. You know what I'm saying?
That's fine. Right.
Yeah, exactly. But Malachi brought together something called Battle of the Holy Books, where we decided to bring all the holy books and put it on the table and let the book speak chapter and verse. So with that being said, nobody is getting personal with each other. So if I raise the question according to the Bible, is God a man or not? You see what I'm saying? And if that's the debate, we got to go in the books and prove that chapter and verse without saying anything that's leaning on our own understanding or giving our own opinion. So we're letting the merit of the book speak for itself, because these are considered holy books. So we put them to the test.
It's a brother we put in the room by the name of Rashad. So I'm pretty sure that he's going to probably talk about this tomorrow in the room. So with that, go ahead.
And just remember this. Elisha and many of our ancients, they are high-level initiate, and that also come with certain level of dietary discipline. So you can't just be an initiate in this and think you're gonna understand the depths of what is even written.
Right.
In the Torah, in the Tanakh, much less even what this guy is explaining, because he is also a high-level initiate. And he had privy to a lot of the ancient manuscripts too, as well as the download he claimed he received. And I'm just putting that out there because, you know, I know we had a little disagreement. I said, for me, I'm a herbalist and I'm a metaphysician. I decode the Torah.
Let me interrupt real quick. And I'm glad you said that, because I got a brother that comes on. He's going to be on too, and he's a herbalist, and he swears up and down he's the best on the planet. So not to have a debate, but to talk about that, especially in our community, man, dealing with health. You know,
right.
You know,
and so
really need that. Quick.
Yeah, and so for me personally, I'm able to go into the Hebrew and come up with scientific formulas to formulate various herbal compounds. I'm able to go into Torah and do this because I realize it's a tutorial field. It intertwines on itself. It rotates on itself. It verifies itself. But I use the language to decode. And then I test that also with science. And I'm like, hold on. The language and science is one. And so that is how I come to my conclusion. So the brother who closed out earlier when he said the Most High said, I never told you to do the sacrifice and offering. I didn't give you those instructions. You chose to do that. And what he's highlighting is the fact that sometimes you have to question Moses and many others because you don't know when it's them. Look at Solomon. Solomon was corrupt at some point. So how do you know if some of what Solomon is saying is valid or not? You have to put Solomon through scrutiny. Nothing is wrong with that.
Facts.
God is not the issue. It's man who is the issue. Look at King Melech David. He had some corrupt ways. So you got to put them through scrutiny. We're not saying there's an issue with God, but you got to assess everything. Because it was the actions of our forebears why we're in this condition today. So everybody's up for question. Everybody's suspect. That's it, man.
Yes, I. Bless up, my lad.
Oh, you know what? One more question I want to ask my brother, and I'm telling you, we got to be out here. Now, the question is this, because you came into this book last. Obviously, you didn't read the Bible before, like you said many times, and both of you, I'm sure. Now, this book you read, and we was talking about the Creator and so on and so forth. Where the book we read, it says, "Let us create man in our image." So that Creator that you talking that your brother speaking on, does it have a image? Now I know you already answered that. You enlightened me on that. This is for the people in the room that's basically asking these questions. Does it have?
In the Oahspe, it talks about, you know what I mean. Man was created, you know what I mean, from the earth, but it doesn't say like a man created it. You know what I mean? So it's just like when spring roll around and them apple trees grow and they produce fruit. You know what I mean? It's not like a man sat there and molded the fruit or anything like that. So the Creator, in the process of creation, there's a section in the Oahspe where it talks about the 4 ages, where I went down earlier: the time of creation, the time of inhabitation, the time of bearingness, and the time of dissipation. And those 4 seasons are in comparison to the spring, summer, fall, and winter. So man being created would fall in the time of creation, when the earth is being created, and then the vegetable kingdom, and then the animal kingdom, and then the mortal kingdom. So it falls in that systematic manner. So there is not necessarily no man creating. It's almost like a ecosystem and a function of its own that develops by the function of the Creator, unseen immortals. But then there is a part in the Oahspe where it talks about a false God who created a false narrative and a false 7-day creation story to imprison the minds of mortals. And the Oahspe contains that story too. So Oahspe gives you the leverage. It gives you what we would consider the authentic, and then it gives you somebody who imposed and created and took some truth and mixed it with falsehood, and that's what they gave us today. And the Oahspe shows how these things came about. It shows how the 7-day creation story came about a fallen angel or a false god. And then the influence on earth is the Amun Elish in Babylon. That's where the 7 tablets of creation come from. It's not even Hebraic. That shit ain't even ours. That shit is written in cuneiform. You know what I mean? So these are the things we done covered this. I got over 200 videos dealing with this information. So although we just trying to suppress as much as we can in this small little interview tonight, but I have a vast body of work where I go into a lot of the stuff that you may have questions for.
No doubt. You want to give your channel up? You want to tell everybody your channel?
Oh yeah, it's right there on the screen. Just go to YouTube, type in Selah Shalom TV. You could Google me and I'll pull up.
All right, no doubt. All right, with that, hey man, thank y'all for coming on. I hope y'all enjoyed yourself over here. I hope I was being fair. Give everybody opportunity to speak. That's how we're gonna do in our academic debate league, and hopefully we'll crown a champion in there. Because right now, as far as I'm concerned, Neftali is the champion in both rooms. But we're gonna have to do an intellectual battle inside the academia debate league.
So let me ask you this, Kana. So if she's the champion over here, And what's the other one who be over there on Sarnetta? What's the name again? The
Nepal?
lady that be on Sarnetta. So I heard she the champion over there. So who the champion between them two?
Well, she's actually, I mean, they're going to disagree with me. Here's the issue. Their champion was Polite. Okay?
Well, Polite's still a champion.
Excuse me?
I said Polite's still a champion.
Yeah, so their champion was Polite, right? And this dude, brother called himself Black Jesus Minister. He was supposed to debate Polite. Polite didn't do it. So Sarnetta gave the championship to the brother who called himself Black Jesus without even facing Polite. Okay? So what happened was Black Jesus, they conscious champion. Right? So then Black Jesus had a fallout with Sarnetta, and Sarnetta gave it to Nepal without them two even battling each other. Right? So what we did is, if you look at our promo, Sarnetta said he believed Black Jesus is going to win. He's the former champ. Well, no, he's the champ. And Naphtali kicked his ass. Okay?
What did they debate about? What was the topic?
Canaan. That's why the brother asked you that. Talking about Canaan. She wanted to go into, she was trying to figure out where y'all was going in on Canaan, who the Canaanites are today, and what happened to them, their history, and so on and so forth. So she wiped the floor. She kicked his ass royally, right? So everybody over there is championed by default. She really kicked somebody's ass, and a lot of brothers won't. They talk shit to her, right? But they won't step in the ring with her, right? Because she's a woman, right? But she's a very smart person, right? Whether she's a woman or a man, she know her shit, okay? That's why I said I show her respect. I saw you brothers hesitantly when I said the champion in the house give her a hand. I saw Malachi. I see you still in the room. Y'all really want to clap. Want to get your hands like, yeah. I saw all of you. So, you know.
No, that's respect, though. That's respect. I respect that.
Yeah, but if y'all want that smoke with her, she got all of it for you. Trust me. So, look, man, I hope y'all feel good about coming on here. We're going to keep doing this, man. Most High bless. Hey, Shashan, I hope you still on, man. Take us out. If not, I'm just going to close it out. But let me see if my brother's still on here so we can take us out with one of our new little songs. In fact, if you can, Shan, just play Family if possible, man. If you're still listening. If you're still listening. If not, I'm just going to close this thing out, man. I'm tired. Let me see. Brother still on. Y'all can say something real quick, man. I'm trying to get in touch with my brother.
Shoot, man. I guess I'm about to get ready to push up out of here, man. It's been a nice build. Hopefully people could go back and look at the actual build of the actual original content of this lecture, which is just basically laying out, you know what I mean, the spiritual progression of mortals, period. So like the brother was trying to talk about, not you, King, but the other brother was talking about like a personal inheritance. The Creator gave every human being a right to inherit. Anybody come onto this planet has a natural birthright of inheritance. That goes to every human being on the planet. So the Oahspe shows a universal system. But go ahead, King. Right. No, I'll just
we out, man. My brother, he driving, he can't end it right now. So I'm gonna say shalom, man. Blessing, peace, and all that, whatever, you know, whatever it is, man. Most God bless y'all, man. Everybody stay strong in spirit. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hey, champ, I see you. I don't know about everyone else here, but I do teach. Yeah, she does teach. Right? She teach. So and everybody that came to support you brothers in the comment section, man, y'all was gang, man. Y'all hold tight. You know, I appreciate that too, man. And continue to keep coming over. You know, we have a lot of people coming on. Y'all gonna find it very interesting. So with that, man, my name is Kwanaf Yahweh Bun Yasha Allah. Most High bless. F.O.P.E. for our people edification, that edifies us, brothers. Shalom.
Shalom. Bless up,
All right, bless up.